And so this apparent appearance of a body mind, once upon a time, thought that it was living its own life. It presumed, it assumed, it took for granted, it believed, and went along with what it thought it knew, to, by, for, and from, and about itself. So to, by, for, from, and about itself. This body-mind appearance is just an appearance. It's not isolated from everybody and everything else. It's not. This body-mind that is so named, called a body-mind, that expresses a language that is known or thought to be English. That is just a subjective idea. That's just a concept. It's no different than pointing to and looking at an animal, just observing animals in nature, and seeing that we anthropomorphize canines, dogs, and felines, cats, and we have them in our homes. And to use the English language in this way is to believe and include in such a train of thought, in that way of thinking, that you are a human being. I am a human being. And you can point to what you believe is your body and say, I'm a human being. And then you, as an I, can point to me, or what would be construed as a you, because it's simply just both you and I, me and you. It's the same, just as in positions that are thought to be fixed positions in space and time. You are there and I am here. Right? I mean, is that truly right or truly wrong? It's neither. But see, that is the idea of duality. And we just say it's an idea. And when I say we, those of us, and when we say us, those of us as a collection of body minds, if you will, and we are going to use and have been using in these particular video presentations now on this particular channel. The focus is on references, teachings, messages. Doesn't matter what you call them, it still doesn't matter. And yet, since it apparently appears to matter, to, by, for, from, and about the self, conjured self, this is, in a sense, a presentation or a YouTube channel that caters to, by, for, from, and about the self, conjured self. It is stated in this way simply because it's communicated. It's a transmission, it's a communication, it's an expression of an appearance of a body mind. This particular body mind is expressing in this way that did not always express in this particular way. This particular way is neither a good or bad particular. It's just simply another way of expressing. There are innumerable ways that a body mind that is referred to as a body mind or a human being, a human corporeal apparent appearance. And this particular body mind is being specific. Not necessarily being specific, because there are no specificities, but specificities? Specifics? So, here is a body mind simply expressing. It is thought to be that the body mind is heard, seen, could be also felt, could be smelled, could be tasted, but then it would get really funny then, wouldn't it? 2x4 from and about a self-conjured self that's tasting another body mind or smelling another body mind, and it happens. Sure it does. Apparently appears to happen. These, of course, are obviously what are referred to as the five gates or the five senses, the five input-output modalities regarding a body-mind appearance. It's just all appearances. Absolutely everything and no thing that's inseparable is the appearance of absolutely everything and nothing inseparable. Just appearances. Now, is there any reason, meaning, any purpose behind all these appearances that apparently appear to be appearances of many things? Well, the appearance of absolutely everything that appears is thought to be appearing. Okay, absolutely everything that's thought to be appearing is a thought. It's subjectivities and objectivities. Subjects regarding objects that are thought to be seen, because in the way of consciousness, via consciousness, and consciousness is cognition. It's cognition. What is cognition? Cognition is the act of thinking via a body-mind, human corporeal appearance. And to be more concise, now this particular body-mind is going to continue to express in a very explicit, concise, and specific manner by using the English language to its full extent, as much as is possible, making every effort not to leave out any particulars, because it is in the particulars that the mental thought system can apprehend and interfere and get in the way, because it's already doing that. Its gun's already drawn, so to speak, as the Neo-Advaitin, what is referred to Neo-Advaitin, the birth name and birthright of Paul Hederman, refers to the mental thought system guns always drawn out already, prior to cognition, prior to consciousness, prior to thinking about it. Because if it is considered whereby a body-mind expresses, it's an afterthought. It's the reaction that happens in space and time later, afterwards. It's the aftermath. It's a reaction that apparently appears to occur and happen in space and time, whilst what we truly are is not of space and time. You, that is referred to as a you, me is referred to as a me or an I. You are also an I or a me. But we don't use that type of language once it is recognized via what we're not. And what we're not is the body-mind, human corporeal appearance. We're not that. And yet, it has been thought to be appearing as though, well, this is me. I am that I am. Well, it has been stated so many times by the Neo-Advaitins that Self cannot get out of self. Self can't get out of self. It, it admits it because that's simply the way it apparently appears to be set up. It has come to terms, so to speak. The human corporeal body mind appearance has come to terms to recognize that it is not solely this. It is not independently singled out. 2 by 4 from and about everybody else or every other human corporeal appearance that apparently appears to be visibly observable in mirrors as human corporeal manifestations, as emanations of manifestation, appearances, just appearances. When we say appearances, appearances as though there's more than one appearance of items or objects that are visibly observed around, that's another one, around a human corporeal body mind appearance that is simply both in space and time and not of space and time, simultaneously both. And then the body mind, as it begins to learn about this, prior to learning about this, it was simply an apparent appearance of movement, as though there's movement. There is no movement. There's only the appearance of movement. Okay, so there are energy fields, innumerable energy fields upon innumerable wavelengths and frequencies of resonance, and they are innumerable. Just as the countenance is innumerable of the points of light in what we refer to as space, as the infinite universe, and it is definitely infinite. It is infinitudinal complexification. Infinitudinal complexification. The absolute is infinitudinal complexification. But the infinitudinal complexification is a figure of speech to say that infinitudinal complexification is all of the appearances that could ever be appearances, or all the appearances that are thought to be. So, just by mere mention, just by the mere expression in any particular language, and we are referring to, when I say we, a majority of human corporeal manifestations that believe they are self-conjured, conjure selves. Now, are they conjuring? No. The only thing that a human corporeal body-mind appearance or an action figure, will just simply refer these appearances of body-minds as action figures. It eventually recognizes that after this was, in a sense, the beginning of that conjured self. Now, the conjured self is conjured via the mental thought system that is apprehended 2 by 4 from and about. There's another one around. So 2 by 4 from, about, and around. What is thought to be, what is consciously, via consciousness, and by the way, all there is not consciousness. No, the absolute includes consciousness and far more than that. It includes not only consciousness, but absolutely anything and everything that is knowable and unknowable. Both knowable and unknowable. Visibly observable and not visibly observable. Real and unreal. Knowable and unknowable. Absolutely everything is included. everything and nothing. Everything and no thing. Nothing singled out. Nothing added. Everything and nothing's already set up. In fact, to say that it was set up is to even presume and assume that in space and time that absolutely everything has been always appearing as it does now. Has it really? No. It's just a figure of speech to say that. Because the moment that a human corporeal body mind, and there's a conjured self there, okay, there's just appearances of body minds and that's it. That's it, right there. Nothing needs to be said about it, but the conjured self needs to. Therefore, absolutely any human corporeal body mind that is referred to that, using the English language to describe. So descriptions. Descriptions turn into subjects and then they turn into stories. It is unavoidable. The subconscious conjured self cannot avoid the story. And it cannot avoid speaking about a story of a body mind. Since self cannot get out of self, there's going to be stories told. If there was no speech, if there was no communication, if there were no languages spoken and expressed via human corporeal body mind, then it would simply be what? Just straight, direct cognition. Straight, direct communication that is not verbalized. It's not vocalized. No vocalizations. Not verbalizing thought patterns. So thought patterns, thought forms, those are communications, they're transmissions. No different than the various frequency ranges of, give you an example. We are going to refer to an example here. The radio transmission. And the radio transmission can be on many different wavelengths. It could be on many different frequencies. As an example, with radio stations, you have the FM frequency modulation band. Okay, so that's a wavelength. That's a band. A band of radio transmissions, and there's frequencies on that particular band, and there's a range of frequencies. Just as the Schumann resonance, which is referred to as, so to speak, the heartbeat of the planet, of the Earth. So it's on a certain frequency of Schumann resonance. It's referred to Schumann resonance because it was a discovery of a body mind. It had that birth name and birthright of Schumann. So anyway, so there's a certain megahertz range. Not going to get into it to that degree, and yet it is something that is referred to because it apparently appears to be one of innumerable other explanations regarding all of this. All of this, which is simply the absolute, everything and nothing is separable. It's always been this way, always will be this way. Well, what way will it be? Well, as a figure of speech, to simply say this has always been set up this way. The way that it's thought to be set up. See? You can't get around that. Nobody can get around that. For the moment that a word is uttered or vocalized, utilizing a language, transmitting a language, speaking a language, okay, all of these ideas and concepts and ways of thinking, trains of thought, expressions via vocalizations, they're just transmissions. That's all they are. They're just communications. It's no different than a dog barking or a cat meowing or a bird chirping. See, it's just utterances, vocalizations, but it's just the appearance of that. Notice, speech, heard, transmitted. Where did it go after that? Did it go anywhere? No. Why? Because speech that is heard is blended within the absolute, as though the absolute is one huge vacuum, so to speak. Is it vacuous? Is it non corporeal? Are these appearance? Is this appearance, this human corporeal appearance, is it non corporeal? No, it's both. It's both corporeal and non corporeal. Well, using the English language to explain that, why? Why and how can it be both? See, that's what the self-conscious conscious self wants to know. It wants to figure it out. It's not satisfied until it gets a grasp. And what is that grasp? Until it gets a grasp of what? Of the subject. The subjects that it's referring to. But what are these subjects for? Is there any meaning, reason, and purpose to have these subjects to talk about and discuss, and these transmissions that are thought to be transmitted between this human corporeal body mind appearance and your human corporeal body mind appearance? When we say your, that's not to say that you're singled out and you're separate from this human corporeal body mind. You're still appearing. You're still an appearance. When I say you, I'm referring to that which was always considered to be a you. You know? See, because it's all started there, didn't it? It did. It started with this action, or this action that is thought to be an action. It appears to be an action, but it's still empty fullness. It's still empty fullness. Bodying. Now, you may have heard that from the top, what is going to be considered with this Neo-Advaitin movement, so-called. We're just going to give it a entitlement. Entitlements, categories, references, names. All of that is simply a manner by which a description is taking an appearance of something and then describing it. To isolate the appearance of something is neither right or wrong. It's just a manner by which communication is communicated, vocalized in a particular language. So we're just going to focus. We're going to focus on the English language. And if a human corporeal body mind has a difficult time grasping the English language, because there needs to be a degree of grasp. If there is not a degree of grasp, then there is not enough understanding. And if the understanding is not there, then this is not going to make absolutely no sense to a human corporeal body mind that does not comprehend the English language to its full extent. Therefore, education and learning is key, which is one of the main reasons why teachings were conjured. Oh yeah, although they were conjured, it was thought to be a requirement to be conjured. Why? So that these transmissions and these communications, to use a particular language to its full extent, is to communicate. Communicate what? An idea, concept, thoughts. The self-conscious conjured self lives in that world of thinking and doing. Is it wrong? No. Is it right? No, it's neither. It's just apparently appearing to be what happens. Is it a single happening? Am I living my own life and it's happening 2x4 from, about, and around me, myself, and I? It's not all about me, myself, and I. It never was. It never was about you either. It's this, the absolute. It's never about you. It's never about me. Not singled out that way. It is about absolutely everybody. So absolutely any and every human corporeal appearance, that's simply the absolute expressing. An expression of the absolute. Not a single expression, but all expressions. So therefore, anything that's isolated or anything that's referred to, described, categorized, labeled, it's all one and the same anyway. It's still the absolute. It's just expressing in what is thought to be a different way, or many different ways. Innumerable ways. Therefore, it could be said that the absolute is always, always. And to say always is to infer or refer to or point to time, although time is an illusion. To say always is an implication regarding a description of time, such as when. When is connected to or affiliated with time. When is affiliated with time. Always is affiliated with time, including what are referred to as places or fixed positions in space and time, such as there, here, here, there. Well, not there, not here, but over there. See, not here, not fixed positions. So notice that, though. Notice that. Break it all down. When it's broken down, then it's comprehended, understood a bit clearer. The clarity, the clarifications of absolutely everything that is thought to be. See, it's just cognizing. It's just consciousness, just thinking. The mental thought system, call it whatever you will, and it has been called and named and categorized, and in the entitlements referring to all of it, although it's not all of it's not necessary, but it's only a necessity to the degree by which communication is taking place or is thought to be taking place. Otherwise, since it is still feasible to read minds, so to speak, this human corporeal body mind can read that human corporeal body mind. When I say that, I'm not going to say yours, because you do not own the body mind that you think you own. Yes? Notice that, but it does. It unravels to that degree, so to speak. The collapse, the falling away. And that's not enlightenment. Because to be enlightened is simply to be and showing up. Drop it. Drop the volley. Oski woo. Anyway. There are just so many ways to take any subject that's referred to as a subject, all right? Because there really isn't any, there's no such thing as subjects. Subjectivity and objectivity, these are just inventions via communication, via transmission, via the English language. If a human corporeal body mind did not express vocalizing, right? And it vocalizes, it expresses vocally or verbally, audibly, yeah? Audibly, vocally, and verbally, all one and the same. Just simply making every effort to touch upon and be quite as explicit as possible, explicit and concise and specific, because there are some human corporeal body mind, conjured selves out there in the world, what is thought to be out there. Out there. We say out there because it apparently appears to be an out there, doesn't it? Well, a human corporeal body mind, a conjured self, has thought about it that way. Sure it has. Although this has been described in the Upanishads and the Gitas that it's Maya, it's impermanence, it's a dream reality. It's not real. But you have to go. What do? Do you have to? Well, yes, in some cases you do. And when I say in some cases, those conjured self that are so deeply entrenched within the self-centeredness to such a degree that it's so tightly wound that it will never unravel. Yes, in some cases with self-conjured selves, they're so tightly wound that they can never unravel. The shell, the outer shells that they have created, the mental outer layers, so to speak, of a self-conjured self can be thick. Here's a metaphor to use regarding that. Just picture an onion. Layers of an onion. The center core of that onion is the essence of that energy field of a human corporeal body mind appearance. And yet that energy field is so tightly wound, is so tightly compressed to such a degree that its self-conjured conjurings or self-conjured conjuredness, although it sounds like we're making up words, it doesn't matter one way or the other. It's just communication, okay? It's transmissions, communication. Without a language to express, a body-mind would simply still be entertaining thoughts and ideas, and cognizing, accessing consciousness, because it apparently appears to be having or possessing an ability to cognize and think about the mental thought system. Mental thought system, cognition, consciousness, all one and the same. The thinking, the thought patterns, the thought forms, those are just examples of what? Well, there's the thoughts, there's the cognition, there's consciousness, and it's always apparently appearing to be everywhere. In the everywhereness of everywhere, there is consciousness. And there's the apparent appearance of a body-mind that accesses that. It accesses consciousness. It accesses a mental thought system, vice versa. The mental thought system accesses the body-mind, action figures mind. When we say the body-mind action figures mind, it's that brain, it's that mind that's associated with the appearance of a human corporeal body-mind action figure. Yeah. But using these figures of speech, it is uttered, it is vocalized, it is mentioned via the English language, via some language. Again, we're not going to go into how many languages there are. Of course, there are several. And then there's several dialects. And it is in these dialects and it's in these various innumerable ways to express a language. And yes, they are innumerable. One of the most versatile languages apparently appears to be the English language. And when it's expressed and when it's vocalized, when it's uttered and it's audibly heard, you are not the hearer, and I am not the hearer. There's the apparent appearance as though there's a hearer here and a hearer there. You are a hearer and I'm a hearer. No, there's just hearing. Yeah? Yes, there's just hearing. So, whenever in a satsang, the birthday and birthright of Paul Hedron, whenever that particular Neo-Advaitin expresses in the manner by which it expresses, refers to or points to or describes, of course these are descriptions, pointing to the manner by which an expression is expressed via the apparent appearance of a human corporeal body and mind, a unit of local quality of conscious energy formed as temporally temporary. And to say that it apparently appears to be temporally temporary, because it is, and it is not. It is and it isn't. We are and we are not. The absolute is and it is not. Empty fullness, it is and it is not. Spacious aliveness. It is and it is not. The absolute, simply this and simply not this. It's both. Ad infinitum. Always has been both, always will be both. So we are, we are not. Apparent appearances, temporally, temporarily appearing, temporarily appearing in space and time and not of space and time simultaneously, infinitesimal complexification. It's just a way of describing the absolute. And there are innumerable descriptions of the absolute, which is why and how we see, yeah, when I say we see, there's the act of seeing. I'm not seeing separately from your seeing. See, you're not seeing separately from the seeing by the activity, uh, the action, the activity of seeing, or facilitation of sight. There is a difference. The differentiations, the differentiation. I need more coffee. So this body of mine needs more coffee so it can speak more fluently and flow, the natural flow. These presentations are never planned. For the moment that any utterance, any vocalization, any audible presentation is planned, then what's happening there? Then there is separation. It's isolation. Is it wrong? No. But that's going to be a different type of energy that's expressed. See? The uploads, so to speak, picking out and taking the English language and using terms that are attributed to modern times. Okay, we have computers. Yeah, there's the internet. Yeah, now there's the next generations. All the generations after that will never know, will never recognize. See, there it is. Never know. It's embedded in the English language to that degree whereby this. If this was not expressed via a language and then subjectified to say my hands, it wouldn't even have been hands. It wouldn't even been called anything. If there were no vocalizations, no languages, no means of communication using the English language and expressing and hearing. See, the way that everything appears is thought to be appearing in some particular way, so it gets isolated. The self-conscious self begins to extract and single out and pick at what it believes are separate things, separate objects around it. But you see, it's been conditioned to believe that. It's been conditioned to believe it because it learned it. How did it learn it? It was taught. See, teachings, there it is. But you see, non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, not two, is a fact. Yes, not only is it a fact, it's the unspoken yes. It's recognized. But getting back to the tightly wound self-conjured self that believes it's singled out, that it's separate from everybody and everything else, that's just belief. If a body-mind believes, and so it is then. So what is? Well, exclusively is. Exclusively so. When it is not. The absolute is and it is not. It is both. It doesn't leave out either. It's not exclusively so and it's not exclusively not so. It's both. It's so and not so. It is and it is not. Simply this and simply not this. So, therefore, you cannot, a body-mind cannot state and be saying that, well, simply this, that's it. That's all it is. Empty fullness, that's all it is. No. Including, it is and it is. If a neo-Advaita is going to say and utter and mention and refer to go into the subject to that degree, although it's not a subject, it is expressed as a subject so that what? So that it caters to that constriction, that constrictive feeling, and that is an energy. That's an energetic movement that's apparently appearing to be that way. What does it mean? Well, there's an energy field that's tightly wound. And that's that self-centeredness. That's that constriction that singles itself out. It's conjuring that. It's just conjuring it. It's going, oh man, I feel this way today, or I feel that way today, and today is another day. See? The language, it learned all these expressions, these forms of expression. It learned all that since that very first day that it was going like that, and then it learned. And as that body, mind's mind, we're going to refer to it as the body, mind's mind because the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form apparently appears to have its own mind, its own body, mind. And that each human corporeal appearance as a manifestation is just an appearance. But it is thought to be solid. It is thought to be exclusively self. It is thought to be exclusively real, exclusively physical. In the exclusivity, see, that's where the self-conjured self strays. It strays into singularities. It strays into individuality. It believes itself to be an individuated, separate unit of local quantum conscious energy form that is a separate little energy form, an orb of light, energy field, singled out but separate. And then you're the energy field that's manifesting that particular human corporeal manifestation of a human form in some particular way. No particulars. No. Mm-mm. Hey, butt up. Right? No particulars. Drop it. Drop the volley. That's right. No exclusivities, no particulars. Nothing singled out. So, is there a method or a process to undergo? Well, in a sense, if it's always been thought about via, to, by, for, from, and about a self-conjured self that thought it was alone, it thought it was singled out, it thought it was separate from everybody and everything else, that can be unwound. Peeling away the onion, so to speak, to get back to the core. And what is the core? The core essence of how, in a sense, we're already tethered and already blending and coalescing and mixing with the Absolute all the time, in all spaces and all times, timelessly, boundlessly, no parameters, no boundaries, none, no boundaries, no parameters. It only apparently appears to be that there are boundaries and parameters, partitions. Taking these terms regarding technology, especially with computers, referring to uploads, the uploads of the Absolute, so to speak. What are those? Advaitins, Nonduality. Those are the uploads. Do they matter most? No, not necessarily. But as a figure of speech, they apparently appear to matter most. But the self-conjured self needs to be careful with that one. The Neo-Advaitin needs to be very careful because that could easily turn into a teaching, a spiritual teaching, and then it could go off on its own tangent, and then a new spiritual teaching could develop and spin off and branch off. And it does. Many times it does. It apparently appears to do that. Whereby you have an Eckhart Tolle. And certain terms, words, and it's already churned out so many books. That's one particular way. But is it the only way? No. The manner by which the birthday or birthright Eckhart Tolle has mentioned, even if it's a pseudonym, pseudonames, birth names, birthrights, all of that doesn't matter. Why? It doesn't matter because it's obvious, isn't it? Because there's nobody. There's nobody anywhere to be found. But the moment that there is somebody somewhere, what is that describing? That's describing how it is not so. It's not exclusively that way. It's not exclusively this way that this Neo-Advaitin expresses, and it's not exclusively that other way that the birth theory and birthright of Paul Henderman, that Neo-Advaitin expresses. It's not the particular way, the manner by which the Neo-Advaitin human corporeal birth theory and birthright of Jim Newman, which we are about to get into a very, very, what apparently appears to be very interesting satsang. This body mind would say this is one of the best it has come across so far. Now, what has this come across? Well, nothing in particular. Does it matter? No, no reason, meaning, purpose. It's just what apparently appears to be happening. Or what's apparently appearing to happen? Well, YouTube presentations, YouTube channels, manifestations that are referred to, subjects. See, subjectivities, objectivities. Can't get around it. Can't get away from it. Can't escape it. Self cannot get out of self. So what does it do? Well, it tries to figure it out. Yeah. And it's going to use non-duality to do that. It's going to use anything at its disposal of what it believes to be of disposal. There's nothing of disposal. There's nothing to be disposed of. Absolutely nothing to dispose of. It's just a figure of speech. Notice that. See? In these subjectivities that are referred to and uttered and just mentioned and explained and all these thought forms and thought patterns and ideas, it's just psychobabble, so to speak. It's just chatter. It's just noise. That's it. Noise and chatter. Just like the Japanese language. If an English speaker only knows English, it doesn't know any other language, it hasn't learned. See, there it is again. There it is again. The learning and the knowing. Although all that's unnecessary, it apparently appears to have a purpose and a meaning and a reason. What is it? Well, to communicate. Well, what are we communicating? Information. And what is that information all about? Does information need to be shared and referred to? No, it's just expressions. It's just subjects to talk about. And so the body-mind, the human corporeal body-mind conjures up ideas and thoughts and subjects to talk about. And then there it is. There it is. The subjectivity, the concepts, the ideas, although they're not necessary, that's what we're referring to here. Is anything necessary? No. Is this reality exclusively real? Is it physical? Is it solid? Am I am? Am I a separate I am and you're a separate I am? Are you a separate you and I'm a separate me? No. It is only thought to be. See? It is only thought to be. And when I say see, well, yeah. The activity of seeing. The action of seeing. That's what we are. We are energy fields. We're energetic movements, but we're not singled out. We're tethered. We're interconnected. Not to. The not to-ness. See, the not to-ness of non-duality, in a sense, is very similar to say oneness. But no, when you start getting into oneness, you start isolating, and then it becomes a teaching. And see, then it goes off like that. It goes off into a specific teaching. And then it goes off into a specific ashram and it has specific meditative practices. And it's upon a specific location. And there's certain specific lotus stances and bodily positions that if you're not in a certain position and a certain duration of time, then the effectiveness of what you're after to reach nirvana, you see, and then a higher plane of consciousness, a higher level of consciousness you're trying to tap into. See, all that conjure. It doesn't matter. You call it whatever you're going to call it, and you know what? You are. If you're still believing that you are a single human corporeal, but exclusively, explicitly so, exclusively isolated, individualized, separate from everybody and everything else, terminal uniqueness, separateness. No, there is no such thing. That's all conjured by the subconjured conjured self that thinks and believes in this way. I am because I know I am. I know that I am because I learned that I am. And I know that my beginning was when I was born. And I was born because I have a mother. I have a parent. I know that my mother had me. And there's a video about it in a hospital that my dad took. Or let's say that's what the body mind would refer to say, well, I was born and there's a video presentation of my birth, and so I could see myself as a baby coming out of the womb as I was conceived. Oh, either that or it could have been a C-section. You know. Oh, there's many different ways that a body mind can apparently appear to be born. To be born. Is that the beginning? Well, in a sense, that's the beginning of the story of a particular body mind action figure. That's the beginning of its story. It was born, and it had certain parents. And once upon a time, there was a body that began a life. It was born into the world, and then it was given a name by its parents, or the biological paternal and maternal. That's maternal is the mother, and paternal is the father. So, in a traditional sense, in a standard way of saying, well, that's my biological mother, that's my biological father, and these are learned responses, taught. So these learnings and these teachings and references using the English language, and there's academia and so on and so forth. All it was simply doing was no different than the birth of a canine, a little puppy, or a kitten, a cat, or a rabbit, a little baby bunny, a little rabbit, or any other animal that's referred to as an animal. See, there's the names again, singling it out, and then the distinctions, and then the differences, the differentials. Can it be seen any other way? Can what be seen any other way? Well, the scenery of everything. Well, it looks like there's separate things, and look around, and well, that's what I learned. I mean, the subconscious conjured self says, well, I learned this because I know it. I know what I'm talking about. See, it's like that. Sure it is. Catch it though. Catch all of these different forms of expression that are vocalized and audibly heard and are referred to. There's the spoken English language expression of a human corporeal body mind that's expressing and appears to be a single one, singled out. But what it's referring to is absolutely everything. Anything, whatever it's going to be called. This is why this particular Neo-Advaitin, the birthday and birthright of Jim Newman, this is what he's referring to. You say, oh, call it dirty underwear. Call it toilet paper. Call it whatever. Whatever you're going to call it, it's going to be the absolute expression anyway. Whatever you call anything. Whatever any human corporeal body-mind manifestation as a conjured self, whatever that conjured self says, that's just simply the absolute expressing through that body, embodying in speech and languages spoken. That's all it is. There's no meaning, reason, or purpose behind any of it. None of it. Because none of it's singled out. Nothing's separate. There is no separation. There isn't. There is no separation. Don't have to get used to it either. Nobody has to get used to anything. Because there's nobody getting used to anything in the first place. That's right. There's nobody anywhere. Nobody anywhere to be found in some fixed position in space and time. There's infinitudinal complexification. There's the absolute. Simply this. What is and what is not. Oh yeah, you can simply say this and simply this. You could simply say that. You could simply say simply this. It's just similarly the manner by which a body, mind, human corporeal audibly speaks in the English language, or audibly says in the German language, or any other language. It's just apparently appearing to be what happened. This is an expression. The bodying appearance. That's it. But what is stated very, very, very tricky. Tricky in the sense that the self-conscious conscious self could slip right back into separation so easily, but no. Is it a decision? No. That body mind cannot make a decision of its own. It could believe it is doing that. It believes it's doing and knowing that it's doing that. You say, well, I know what I'm doing. See, it could say that, and it does. It says it a lot. And if the self-conscious conscious self is expressing that way, then let's see, what is this? Twist, 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 twist. Oh, that's a very weird sound, isn't it? That's Jonathan Davis of Korn. I actually use that as an alarm. Well, if there are body minds out there, they're familiar with a musical band by the name of Korn, and the lead singer, lead throat is Jonathan Davis. That was a little ditty called Twist. Very, very unusual music. And unusual in the sense that it's not commercialized type of music, but we're not going to get into music today. This is a channel about non-duality, Advaitins. So, regarding the Neo-Advaitins, the self-conjured, conjured self. If you want to know more about Korn, well, go to a YouTube music channel that someone may have created, perhaps. See, in a sense, that's the beauty of the diversity of the internet. The diversity of the internet. No excuses not to know about anything anymore. There was a time when a subconscious conscious self, well, I'm just going to simply say, whenever a person wanted to know about something, they went to a library. This is, of course, pre-internet days. Yeah, sure, went to a library. You remember the index cards, and all the books were indexed. Itemized books on shelves. They were all numbered. They had numbers on the binder. On the outside, they're all designated a number. Well, you have ISBN numbers. I mean, those ISBN numbers are a way of, when you publish a book, and then it's going to be archived in some way, and then it's going to be distributed, and so it's marked. So see, it's all interrelated. Notice that the marks. What's marked? A body mind is marked. When is it marked? It is marked and checked and kept track of, so it can be kept track of throughout its life within the societal structure, within society. It is given a birth name, and it is assigned and registered a certificate of authenticity. It's no different than assigning an ISBN number to a book, to a hardcover, or a paperback book. Books that are published, because there's a publisher for each book. Each book has a publisher, and so it needs to be, there's going to be a copyright, and then there's plagiarism and all that sort of thing. But to use that as an example, okay, that idea that an ISBN number that's assigned to a book in a library is equivalent to a body mind or an action figure registered with a birth certificate, given a name. And it's kept track of through what is referred to, of course, obviously, the ancestral tree. Ancestry. It's a way of going back and noticing the interconnectivity of what is believed to be an ancestry. Descendants, ancestors, that in a biological sense, all the DNA is referred to as DNA. And see, these are all new. Notice that. was just a few decades ago, there was no such thing as DNA. Conjured. See? It all really is. All information, all knowledge, all information is all conjured. But is there some great conspiracy of conjuring going on? No. There's no meaning, reason, purpose behind it. It just apparently appears to be the way it's going on. It's happening. The human race is referred to as the human race, the human species. And then the belief in the idea of evolution, that there's an evolutionary scale. And that's where it all stems from. The ideas of ancestral trees, of descendants and ancestors and historical accounts, stories. That's all they are. The bottom line is these are stories that subconscious conjured selves got together, came up with academia, and we're going to learn this. We're going to learn it until we know it. And once we know it, then we can integrate and interact with each other. And there it is, societal structure. One big happy human race, happy family. And how are we happy? Oh, we're happy because we have things to do. We're busy. We're busily engaged in life. I'm busy with my life. You must certainly be busy with your life. You have your own life to live. And it's seemingly this way because it apparently appears to be that way, doesn't it? Yeah, it apparently appears to be this way, that way, or some other way. 2 by 4 from and about the self-conjured conjured self. 2 by 4 from and about the conjured self. Now, the conjured self believes it's doing this for a reason, for a meaning and purpose. No, for reasons and for meanings and purposes. Not just one purpose, not just one meaning, not just one reason, but innumerable reasons, meanings, and purposes. It's a never-ending story, so to speak. Yeah, there's that movie about the flying dog, the flying butt up. I can't say butt up too loud because a staffy right here will react to it because canines will react to certain sounds when you say them. Watch this. He's just laying down right now at the foot of the chair here. And if I say certain words, he reacts to them because he's used to that. Been with us for nearly 10 years now. Yeah, he's an old dog. Like this old body mind action figure. Isn't that right, Oscar? I'm going to say butt up. Watch. Butt up. Butt up. Butt up. Butt up. Are you a butt up? See? He's reacting right there. He's getting up. He's getting up and he's resting his snout in my lap because he wants pet. See, he was he was just laying down earlier, and then I said, "Butt up," so he came up. Very needy stappies are. If you have a stappy as a pet, and you raise a stappy, then you know how needy they are. It's in the breed. See, it's all interconnected. We could refer to that and get back to non-duality. Every single appearance of an action, of an activity, or something that's being done, or something that's believed, all of it can go right back to the roots of Advaita Vedanta and non-duality because it is all interconnected. There's nothing separate. It's all interconnected. No matter what subject is referred to, it can be placed back into play, so to speak, or going back to the origins. What are the points of origins? Non-duality is the origins of absolutely everything, because it is the absolute. It's a description of that. So with a satsang, is there a purpose, meaning, and reason for a satsang? Well, at some point, it sprung up where these meetings are held. They're called meetings now, these days, in these modern times. Quote, modern times, unquote, so to speak. So to speak, modern times. And then in the future, they'll look back at the past, and then they'll call these modern times the past. And then the modern times just keep on becoming modern times as what apparently appears to be time moving into the future. Time keep on slipping into the future because you want to fly like an eagle to the sea. That's an old Steve Miller band song. So those body minds that remember radio back then, good old amplitude modulation, all AM radio, just a few stations broadcasting. See, this body mind action figure grew up for about 9 years in a small South Texas Rio Grande Valley town by the name of Harlingen. I think there's a Harlingen in Holland as well, but still, there was three main radio stations. It was K Rio. Yeah, I think it was K Rio. KRIO was one of the main AM stations back then. Remember the Steve Miller Band, 1970s. Yeah, going off in tangents. Yeah, this body mind action figure will go off in tangents. It just seems to be the model, the way it is. Just like you're looking at different types of cars, automobiles, and then they're given names. See, I'm going right back into it. Names, categorizing, naming, entitlements, birth certificates, death certificates, certifications. See, all in the societal structure, keeping track of what's visibly observable and what's thought to be solid, solidified, but it's changing. It's constantly changing. It's never, ever the same. Nothing remains the same. Nothing ever does remain the same. Well, why is that? See, the human corporeal body mind is so curious, and the seeker part of a human corporeal body mind, seeker of a conjured self, the seeking aspects of a seeker. It's not a single seeker, but it does have a certain style of seeking. There could be curiosity as well. But a conjured self could say, well, is it curiosity or is it seeking? Which is it? It's both. A body mind could be curious 2x4 from and about itself. It's trying to figure it out. So why am I here? Where am I? Well, wait a minute, I'm not here. Here? What is here? No, I'm not just here. I'm everywhere. See, and then it begins to entertain these ideas and thoughts. And where are these ideas and thoughts coming from? Is there a point of origin where they're coming from? That's the mystery. These uploads, the absolute. This is how religions were so easily conjured as well. There must be a God. There must be some grand designer. There must be a creator out there in the infinite universe somewhere. Is he out there? No, he's everywhere. He or she, see? No. None of those ideas, concepts, religion, spiritual teachings, none of them. For the moment that any of them are entertained, then it turns into that, doesn't it? Sure it does. It becomes isolated, and it becomes a specific spiritual teaching or a specific religion. Then it's named, categorized, and called that. See, the conjured self is so habitual and so conditioned to isolate and separate, because it needs to know, and it needs to do something about that knowing. It needs to know all about its doing. It lives in a world of duality, in a reality of duality, of specifics, of specific things that are solid and permanent. Nothing's permanent. Everything's impermanent. Everything appears to constantly change, and it always will. But the conjured self doesn't notice that. It doesn't notice it. It eventually will. It will have no choice. Because it doesn't, to begin with. It has no volition of its own. It has no free will and consciousness. Sure, there's auto responses that apparently appear to be biological auto responses. The heart beats itself. It doesn't need effort to do that. It's beating anyway. It's doing that. It's the blood flow, the body, mind. And breathing. Breathing and the heart beating. Circulation of blood throughout the body, mind, biologically speaking. But is that really the way it truly is? No, not in a specific way. Remember, there are no specifics. There are no exclusivities. Nothing is singled out. Nothing is separate. There is no separation. All right, let's get into this satsang, shall we? Yeah. Okay, we will. Let's check out good old Jim Newman. Oh, but I'm nobody, and Jim Newman is nobody, and so we're going to start talking that way now. So, uh, brace yourself. No, you don't have to brace yourself. What are you bracing? How can you brace self? Can a can a self embrace itself? See how many ways you could play with the English language with this. With it, it's kind of entertaining in a sense. So the self-conscious conscious self becomes a neo Advaitin. Says, you know what? I'm becoming a neo Advaitin now. I'm just going to start following this. That's my hobby now. Okay. So the self-conscious conscious self is going to think that and think in terms of, well, what is my hobby? Well, this is my hobby. I see. It's going to start going back to that again. But it needs to. You know why it needs to? It thinks it needs to because it needs to cater to what? Cater to the conscious self. It's going to cater to conscious self. So, is that the meaning, reason, purpose? If there are any reasons for this body mind to engage in this particular kind of activity, but I'm not going to say that. This is not going to say, well, this is the absolute expressing. This is the body, and that's all it is. That's all that's thought to be seen. Well, in a sense, yeah. It's all in thinking, cognizing, consciousness. What is all in that? The conjured self. The conjured self lives in that world of cognizing, of consciousness, of thinking, of coming up with ideas, entertaining thoughts and concepts and subjects and expressing those, vocalizing them, verbalizing them audibly, and then creating a presentation like this, and then it believes it's sharing it with other conjured selves. Yeah, what's the purpose of that? The satsang. The satsang is to starve the questioner. Starve what questioner? The conjured self. If there's going to be any type of meaning, reason, or purpose for a satsang, that's the purpose of it. Starving the questioner. Do we have to? No. No. Not necessarily. Can anybody be on the same page with anybody else? There are no pages to be on to begin with. There are no pages to turn. Well, you mean same page, so to speak. Yeah, you hear all these expressions, these different quotes and things like that. Every single quote that's ever been conjured can be unraveled. Every philosophy as well. Philosophy is not necessary. No, please, beg of you, Lisa Cairns, don't turn nonduality into a philosophy. No, what are you doing? Don't do that. It's going to be done anyway. Like it or not. You know what? A neo-Advaitin, like it or not, is going to continue to witness the stubborn streak of the conjured self. The conjured self is very stubborn in its unraveling. It could even unravel, but it could only unravel and peel away the layers of the onion, so to speak, up to a certain point. And then it starts thinking, oh man, I'm going to have to give up all of those sensational hopes and dreams that I used to have. See? Doesn't want to let go of those. Conjure self has hopes and dreams and aspirations and plans. It does. Because of its terminal uniqueness. The conjured self doesn't want to let go of its hopes and dreams. Well, what if this might happen? Oh, this could, it starts entertaining the what ifs. All right, I said I was going to get into the satsang. Let's do that. Yeah. Enough of the chit chat. Enough of the chatter of this body mind. Yeah. Okay, because it's not all about me, right? And when I say it's not all about me, I can't even say that anymore. Am I saying it? Well, no. What I am not is not this. I recognize that now. Who recognizes it? Nobody recognizes it. See, that's the conundrum. That's the English language, the way it's used. You can't walk around every day going, you're nobody and I'm nobody, and there's nobody anywhere to be found, or no fixed positions. You're not there and I'm not here. See, the figures of speech, we can't talk like that all the time. Can we speak this way all the time? Well, no. The only time we're going to speak this way is when we convene in a satsang. Okay? So all you Neo-Advaitins out there, if we're going to convene in a satsang, whether it's in Skype or in some other fireside chat kind of multi-screened, multi-system, multi-station type of program, they're out there a little bit more elaborate, but YouTube's getting a little bit better, and they're working on where you can have a studio, use a studio, and then have live presentations. I haven't done that yet. Perhaps I may consider it. Might try that today. Today is see, here we're going. Here we're going to time now. Time. Keeping track of time. Moment by moment, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year. Time, time, time. Time saturated in everything that the conscious self becomes involved with. You know? Now, there is this recognition that this apparent appearance of a human corporeal body mind has recognized that which it is not. It's not going to be pointing to say, this is me, I'm living my life. No, it can't do that anymore. It can't. It cannot go back and return to those old habits of beliefs and believing that it's living its own life, 2x4 from and about itself. Can't do it. It tries to do it. It doesn't work anymore. Because it never was. It never was working that way to begin with. It was just conjured. All of it. It recognizes that now. This human corporeal body-mind manifestation, this action figure recognizes that. And now that it recognizes it, and then if it looks out and about in this dream reality, you can call it a dream world. It's a dream reality. It's all a dream. It's all conjured. But it's the absolute dreaming. The absolute is dreaming absolutely all of this. And even beyond this. There's this which is referred to as visibly observable, sure. But there's far more than just what's visibly observable. There's that which is not observable. It's unobservable. Unreal. But not exclusively. Neither. It's not exclusively real or unreal. It's not exclusively observable or unobservable. And it's not exclusively so and not so. And we are not exclusively we. We are and we are not. Both simultaneously. It is and it is not. See, because the absolute is and it is not. It is and it isn't. So if that's the case, then that means we are and we are not. Because we're coalescing, mixing, and blending. Indeed, yes. Even if a Neo-Advaitin disagrees with that, it's still that way. Regardless if another Neo-Advaitin is in disagreement with something like that. That kind of statement. To say that we are and we are not. And that we're blending and mixing, coalescing. It apparently appears to be the case. Okay? This Neo-Advaitin, everything that this Neo-Advaitin so-called, okay, it's another entitlement, but you see, that's catering to the conjured self. Because if you don't, if a Neo-Advaitin does not cater to the conjured self, and if the Neo-Advaitin does not hold satsangs, what's going to happen? The body-mind action figure is going to believe that it's isolated, and it's alone, and it's separate, and it's terminally unique, and that'll keep going on there. So, is a Neo-Advaitin helping the conjured self? In a sense, in a way, sort of. It is and it is not helping it. But you know what? All it simply will express, what we're not will express. What we are not will begin to express what we truly are, and when it does that, it's not necessarily doing. So see the speech. See, it catches itself now. It does. What we are not will catch itself. It will, and it's going to unravel that way, and that's the unraveling. That's the collapse. The collapse of a conjured self that created Okay? It thought it created and put together and conjured all these ideas of terminal unique separation. It conjured them all. It made them up. It's all fictional. It's all storytelling. Yeah, storytelling. Just made it all up. Yeah. And this body mind could go on and on and on and on and on sharing. That's why there's so many hours of these presentations on this particular channel. That's why there's so many, because it's just the essence of what apparently appears to be this human corporeal body mind, the essence of it as an energy field, is blending with the absolute. And absolutely everything else is too. It's all interconnected. It's not two. Absolutely everything is non-duality. It's non-dual in nature. But it's appearing as though it's duality. It's just an apparent appearance, and it's only temporally temporary, though. The dualities are only temporally temporary. The dualities are. They're only temporally temporary. And it's not temporally temporary 2 by 4 from and about anybody, or not just some particular exclusive body mind action figure. No. All just appearances. That's it. Just all appearances of the absolute. Of infinitude complexification, on and on and on and on. No beginning, no end. Alpha and Omega. Yep. Everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so, ad infinitum. Mm-hmm.
This is not two. It's not personal. It's not real. There's no time. There's no past. There's no future. There's simply this apparent happening.
Excellent audio.
It has no consequence. It has
Excellent
no meaning,
recording, by the
no
way.
purpose.
The audio is crisp, clear.
It is everything. So there's no way to point to it, because anything said is a part of it, apparently. It's freedom. This happening is unconditioned freedom. Can't describe what this is, because there's nothing outside of it, so there's no way to point to it.
But it will still be attempted to be described. Because that's what the conjured self does. It can't help but describe. Because it lives in a world of duality, doesn't it? That's why it continues to describe and do descriptions. Because it believes that, well, I so of course going to refer to me, I need to interact with society in some way. I can't just stay home all the time, unless, of course, I have a means by which I'm going to maintain, dwelling and have shelter. Then I'll get some type of a home-based job. Because I need to go to a job so that I can maintain living in this dwelling and be part of society. Pay bills, pay energy bills, pay the rent, pay and the upkeep of the laundry and the dishes and the usual things that most people go through. Most of us, yeah, naturally, obviously. There's obviousness there. Sure there is. A body mind can't just say, well, I'm not really here. I'm not, I'm nobody. You're nobody, and we're just floating around in an ether, and what apparently appears to be happening is just an appearance. And no, there's the apparent appearance of interaction and reckoning, and so we're going to call it that. We're going to call it something because the conscious self became involved with that, and it started out like that, and I just want to say, the knowing, the doing, and all that sort of thing. Well, it doesn't need to be explained anymore. It really doesn't. If the seeker, if the conjured self that is really, truly seeking and it's really trying to figure out what this is all about, it's going to be sadly disappointed. It's going to be disappointed. It's going to avoid it, actually. It's going to interpret it as though this is craziness. This doesn't make any sense. Neo-Advaitin, what the hell is that? Advaita Vedanta and Nonduality, what is that? You know? A conjured self's going to think that way if it's still defending. If it still wants to be part of something. And it doesn't want to get away from society because everybody seems to be involved in a particular way with activities and actions that are thought to be popular. It wants to be popular. It wants to be noticed. It wants to be loved. Sure. Everybody wants to feel loved. Feel wanted. Sure they do. But that feeling of being wanted is filling a void that does not need to be filled. There are no voids. Nothing is avoidable or exclusively unavoidable. Everything's both avoidable and unavoidable. There's nothing to avoid. There are no interferences within the empty fullness of absolutely everything, and no thing is inseparable. So and not so. It is and it isn't. Yeah. No, it's just appearances. That's all. And a conjured soul can make it out to be anything. Anything that it might want it to be. See? Wants and needs. Wants and needs, knowings and doings. Life's not all about that. Of course not. Life's not all about knowings and doings, and it never was. It was only thought to be that way. 2x4 from and about the conjured self. Is it right or wrong? No, it's neither. It's always.
So to describe it is to try to describe a paradox. It's not a paradox. It's only a paradox to the experience of the need to understand it or know it. But you could say, this is nothing appearing. This is emptiness being. This is the formless informed. It has no need. It doesn't even need to be what it is. It's completely free already. It doesn't need to be found. It's not waiting to be found. It's not waiting to be understood or known. It can't be. It can't be contained by understanding. It can't be an object. This isn't an object. There are no objects. It's immediate and it's complete. That being the case, what's the point or what is this meeting about? Why does it come about? It comes about because there's an experience that this isn't what's been described. That this is personal. That it does have meaning. That it does have purpose. That there is separation. And I experience that. And that experience of separation wants to then overcome. That experience of separation is an experience of need. It says this happening is incomplete. And the sense is that I have to find the completion of it. I have to find the meaning and purpose of it. I have to find the right way to live, be the right person, make the right choices. The suggestion at this meeting is that experience is completely, not a little bit, but completely, wholly illusory. It's a dream. It's the dream I am. It has no consequence. It makes no difference, this dream I am. So this meeting isn't about the end of the dream. We're not trying to find the end of this apparent happening. This meeting will just describe how the I Am arises, what it seems to do, how it seems to live in its dream world. And point to that which is already, which can't be found, can only be lost through the need or the drive to find something else or something more. When that drive ends, dies, stops happening, one thing that's surprising is it's revealed it never happened. There never is a dream. There is no dream now. There is no contraction. There's just what's happening. And this is already everything. There's nothing outside of it.
Me is always trying to find concepts, things it can relate to. So what I'm thinking right now, is it one big soup of energy that is moving, and it seems that they're all separate collections of energy, but it's just one soup with parts forming a body or a wall? And can you see it as a whole moving?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Without meaning it's just happening.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just part of the soup and just...
There aren't actually parts of the soup.
No, okay. But it seems like there's a collection of more energy in one place and another place. Is that also an illusion?
That's actually a story.
Story, okay. There's no, because it seems like there's a body, there's a chair, but I heard you say it's just nothing, chairing, nothing.
Yeah.
But isn't there then a collection of more energy here than here?
I mean, you can say that, and you can describe the individual and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But as soon as you get into descriptions about what this is, you're into a storytelling.
Okay. Yeah, for me it's then like like I said, it's one soup, like the ocean. It's
Yeah, but it's a story.
It's a story. Still, it's a story. It doesn't.
Now address, well, this new Advaitin would address it. Any questioner. If this new Advaitin is to hold a satsang with a group of conjured selves, it will cater and address specifically everything. I'm not going to say I would, but this particular Neo Advaitin, so-called body, mind, action figure, would address that questioner or that conjured self in this regard, because it would catch that where it said "for me." Notice. And I would address to it, and I would say, look, you just said "for me," right? Okay. Just by stating "for me," you're in that sense of self-identity, okay? And the conjured self is questioning, it's seeking, it needs to know, it wants to know. But see, that which is unknowable is the absolute, okay? But you can't just, a Neo Advaitin cannot just blurt that out and then expect the conjured self to automatically unravel right there and then collapse. This is how and why the guru devotee spiritual teachings developed since the Upanishads and Gitas. Because the guru, or the spiritual teacher, the master, it knew that same sense of self-identification, that sense of separation, of terminal uniqueness, the guru knew, because it too had felt and thought and believed in the same manner by which a majority of conjured selves do think, believe, because it got caught up in the Maya, so to speak. It got caught up in the impermanence in the Maya and thought that was permanent. It took the impermanence of Maya to be permanent. It took it to be that way. The conjured self does that. And so it seeks to try to figure out what it is, who it is. It's not a whom, but it thinks it is. It thinks it needs to know who it is. But a conjured self is not a whom. It's not isolated. It's not individuated. It just appears that way. Because it's just part of the appearance of the absolute, of the empty fullness, of simply this. Everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so. And infinitum.
Help
Well,
the me.
what could help this be what it is already?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how I'm happening.
You're not.
I'm not.
Don't just leave it there, Jim. More. They need more than that. Give it an explanation as they need to unravel, and they don't need to unravel, but it's more effective. The energy of the satsang. Well, just don't burn out a few words here and there. Continue with it and address what they just said. You're not isolated. You're not singled out. You're not sitting in that chair. There is no understanding required. See, that questioner right there, that particular body mind at that satsang, that female, that human corporeal female questioner, okay? It just said that. Understanding is the understanding. There is no understanding required. Understanding and knowing and cognition, all of that which is referred to as understanding. Understanding is never necessary, never was. Only a conscious self believes that understanding is necessary. Oh, that I need to figure out and understand what is happening at the satsang and what Advaita Vedanta non-duality means. That it has a meaning, reason, and purpose behind it. There are no skillful means. Just as the birthday and birthright of Paul Hederman has stated in his satsangs, that Neo-Advaitin has mentioned that. Understanding is not necessary. To understand a body-mind action figure, does that require understanding, meaning, reason, and purpose? No, of course not. There is no free will and choice. It is not singled out with terminal uniqueness. It's not singled out. It is part, although it is part of the absolute, it just appears as though it's part. Because as you were saying earlier, as that particular, whatever the birthday and birthright is of that particular body mind action figure, it's at that satsang, that was at that satsang, because of course that's pre-recording. It said a collection. Yes, it appears as though there's a collection of body mind action figures in a dream reality. Although it is called a dream reality, it doesn't make it a dream reality. It does not make it an exclusive dream reality. It's just called that. So the conjured self is going to be naming, calling, categorizing, because it singles things out. It singles subjectivities and objectivities. Objects, it singles them out and turns them into a subject. Yes, it just simply takes the absolute, the scenery of absolutely everything and nothing inseparable. It takes the scenery and then it singles things out within it, because that's all it ever knew. And if it still believes it knows that, and it's going to continue expressing as a conjured self, it's going to conjure separation. It's going to conjure everything that's associated and attributed to separation. It will. It will continue to express that way, because it knows no other way of expressing until it participates and attends more satsangs. It doesn't have to go to India to attend an ashram. Now the ashram can come to the devotee, so to speak. Or the conjured self can attend an online satsang. Yes. But notice what the Neo-Advaitin is doing. It is going around the world. It is charging money. It's charging a monetary fee for something that should not be charged. It should simply be free. It's free information anyway. And you know what? The conjured self's going to find a way to apprehend and get that information in some way, and it's not always going to have to pay anything. It won't have to pay any fee, any money, hard-earned money to by, for, and from, and about itself. Oh yes, hard-earned money, and every conjured self that's in society recognizes that money is not always easily earned. It takes some time to figure it out, to figure out a way that's going to work, and then maintaining that. That's very tricky. Tricky business. Business can be very tricky, and there's all types of ways to earn a living, so to speak. To earn a living, just listen to that. I mean, just notice all the different quotes that the conjured self has come up with. All these fictitious ideas of self-identification. Earn a living. Man, now that is a very, very strong societal phrase. When I say societal phrase, that means that refers to being economically viable. An individual person needs to be economically viable if they're going to integrate within the societal structure in a particular way and maintain that. Oh, indeed, of course. But earning a living? Nobody earns a living. It apparently appears to be the case. It's a requirement. Hey, if that body mind wants to maintain itself and be part of society and then reap the benefits of society, then it needs to contribute. It needs to be economically viable. It needs to pay its taxes. It needs to contribute. Pays its taxes for services rendered. Pay the bills for those type of services, for energy consumption, energy needs, electricity, the petrol, for the heating in the winter, and for using the stove for cooking. Of course, electricity, even if you have a microwave, you're going to cook that way, still electricity, still energy. Needs to be paid for. Why does it need to be paid for? Of course, naturally it needs to be paid for because it's a utility that's offered in a community, and so you have a dwelling, you have a house, and it requires energy consumption, to heat it up, and then food. The body mind needs to eat food. I mean, it's obvious. Okay, we don't even have to go into this depth, because if a conjured self is seeking, if it has followed up to this point all of the previous presentations, on this channel, this subject of non-duality at Advaita Vedanta is very, very basic and simple and obvious. But it will not be understood because it cannot be understood. So, to address the questioner there, no understanding is required for the Absolute to simply be as it appears to be. Nothing needs to be done about it. Nothing needs to be known about it. No doings and knowings are required. It is non-duality, and Advaita Vedanta is not a means to any end. It is all beginnings and all endings. It is always all ways. It is all the innumerable knowings and not knowings. That which is knowable and that which is unknowable. Both. It's the Absolute. Both. Real and unreal. Observable and unobservable. Knowable and unknowable. Everything and no thing. Inseparably so and not so ad infinitum. Infinitesimal complexification. Always all ways.
What am I?
You're not.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No,
I'm
well,
nothing body.
nothing body. The experience, if there's an individual, the experience is that there's somebody inside here that's looking out
Yeah.
Conjure self.
and sees an object.
Yeah.
There is actually no subject and no object.
Right.
But there isn't already. It doesn't have to go away. That's the infinite, or infinity, looking and seeing the infinite. There's no beginning or end to this.
The me is just, the body is just...
The me is the assumed or experiential beginning. I know, I register, I see, I hear. It's like nailing a nail in the sky. Has no foundation at all.
So this is the same as the chair? Or is it still then?
Well, you can't say it's the same, because the me, what it likes to do is it assumes that the experience separation is real,
Yeah.
and that has to be overcome. And to overcome it, then everything has to be the same, but it was never different in the beginning. So it's inconceivably all there is. Inconceivably non-separate already.
And this is just nothing bodying, but there's no purpose, no plan, no script. It's just, I'm just happening.
But there's not even happening.
Not even happening.
Well, you keep coming back to the individual has the experience that what's happening, or the appearance, is real.
Yeah.
And so the reality then creates the next step.
Mm-hmm.
The first step is illusory.
Okay.
This isn't real. It's not unreal.
It's both real and unreal.
It has no substantiality. It's not substantial. There's nothing to hold on to.
No exclusivities.
It's just appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Emptiness appearing.
And that emptiness is energy, or is that?
Empty
You can
fullness.
call it anything you want. Dirty underwear, toilet paper.
Empty fullness. Empty fullness.
You can't say anything about this. As soon as you try to say something about it, you're into a story, you're into objectifying, you're into description.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What gets the me is that is all it as well. There's no beginning or end to this.
Mm-hmm.
There's no edges.
There are no edges.
And when that contraction falls.
It's also edgeless,
Okay.
an edgeless appearance.
Timeless, boundless.
And when it falls away, then it's.
Then nothing happened.
But is there a different appearance of?
No.
No?
Well, who would know?
Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so.
Nobody knows. Nobody has to know.
No, there's nothing in this for anyone.
Yeah, nothing is for anyone. Nobody has to know. Nobody has to know about the absolute. Mm-mm. Absolutely everything. To, by, for, from, and about the absolute. These are just all appearances, that's it. Just appearances. No meaning, reason, purpose behind it all. It's just everything. Everything and no thing inseparably so and not so. Ad infinitum. That's it. Nothing needs to be questioned. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be known. Nothing is unknowable, and nothing is knowable. Both simultaneously knowable and unknowable. Nothing needs to be knowable. There is no necessity behind a knowing, or a doing, or anything associated with a knowing and a doing. The absolute just simply is simply this. Nothing needs to be done about it. Nothing needs to be known about it. It's not a teaching. Never was. But you see, the conjured self so conditioned now to learn. It is so conditioned to learn because it invested so much time, so many years, ever since it began to do this, and then self-identified, oh, I'm told that that's my hand. These are my fingers. These are my hands. This is my arms. This is my body. And then I look. Now it's just eyes facilitating sight, but it'll still say that. If it's a conjured self, it'll still look in a mirror. Oh, that's my face. Man, my face is looking different these days. Of course, the appearance of it changes, doesn't it? Is there a cause and effect of this appearance change? No. Because absolutely everything is an appearance anyway. And absolutely everything that is an appearance is described. But it doesn't have to be described and called anything at all. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need to be described as something. Because everything is not just anything. Okay? It's just an appearance. So, there are no subjectivities, objectivities. No language needs to be used, and no descriptions need to be used to describe something that's not just anything. Everything is everything and no thing, simultaneously so and not so. Therefore, there are no exclusivities and nothing is singled out. Nothing is singled out, nothing is removed, and nothing is added. Everything is just simply everything and nothing, and separately so and not so. That's it. Nothing needs to be done about that, and nothing needs to be known about it. No knowings, no doings are not necessary. No. Never were. All conjured. It's conjured whenever there's a body-mind, human corporeal action figure, unit of local quiet consciousness, energy form, temporarily, so and not so. Visibly observable mirrors, and it begins to use a language and express using a language and begins to state, vocalize, and verbalize that I am somebody. So the moment it does that, it says, these are my hands, and then spends years going through the academic system and begins to learn, becomes conditioned. That's all conditional. Those are conditions. Self-afflicted conditions. Those are all self-afflictions. And they're all conjured. And they're all not necessary. That's just thought to be believed to be separate experiences. Personalized. Personal experiences. They're not. Never were. All these conjurings of personal experiences, it's never been that way. Really. It's never been this way, that way, or some other way that's thought and conjured. It's always all ways. Any way that can be conceived or believed. It is that and far more than that. It is absolutely every conceivable thought, pattern, thought form that could ever be entertained to, by, for, from, and about the self-conjured self.
You said when the drive to find something different falls away, it's realized there never was a drive, or there never was finding.
Well, there was an apparent drive, but the whole construct around it was illusory. That there was an individual, that this was real, that there was something that needed to be found or something that needed to happen.
Time isn't real, so there never was.
There isn't time.
There never was and was in the first place. And who could it be revealed to? It's not revealed to someone.
No one.
So I guess the only thing that's real is the not real.
There's nothing real.
Yeah.
Um,
There's no thing real. Okay? So, the conjured self believes, though, it believes that there are some things that are real. But you see, that's what requires the explanation at any satsang. The explanation to, by, for, from, and about that particular question or that particular body, mind, action figure is asking. Well, is there anything real? No. Absolutely no thing is real. But it's not exclusively real or not exclusively so. It is both. It is both temporarily real, and it's unreal. Is it always either unreal? Or is it always either real? Neither. It's neither real nor is it unreal. It's not exclusively real and it's not exclusively unreal. It is both real and unreal. Now that's the way to explain and answer. That's the way to answer and respond to the questioner of a satsang effectively and thoroughly. Oh man, the thoroughness is so critical. Not to assist and help the fictitious, made up and conjured, conjured self. No. It's to point out, simply. Point out and say, look, you're not that. You're not that which you believe you are, which you think you are. You're not that. There is nothing exclusively real, and there is nothing exclusively unreal. Neither. It is both real and unreal.
When you say, when you look at a tree,
Well, if you're looking at a tree, the experience will be, I am real and the tree is real. And the tree is separate from me. And they'll be subtly dissatisfying.
yeah, but the fact that you that you realize that
Now, right there. The fact that you realize. See, right there, this Neo-Advaitin, this particular body, mind, action figure, the birth name and birthright of Jim Newman, he's not catching them. Catch every single statement and question, every single word. Grab that and throw an answer. Respond. It's not effective enough. It's not. Address it. Watch.
when you say, when you look at a tree,
Well, if you're looking at a tree, the
Okay,
experience will
for
be,
you.
I am
Okay.
real and the tree is real. And the tree is separate from me. And
Yeah.
they'll be subtly dissatisfying.
yeah, but the fact that you that you realize that
No. Right there. You realize this. No. I don't realize anything, this, that, or the other, and you don't realize anything, this, that, or the other. Take every single question statement of that particular conjured self was there in satsang and address it. Jim is just quiet. I mean, I think he's only going to address certain bit. I notice. This fucking body mind is not disagreeing with Jim Newman. It might be interpreted as though I'm fucking disagreeing with him, but I'm not, okay? That's so fucking... Oh, man. This body mind fucking reacts because he's not responding in a way that's thorough and concise enough. Why fucking bother to be sitting in that chair as a Neo-Advaitin holding a satsang then? If you're just going to throw a few words here and there. And it's most likely going to be either on your website or it's going to be in a fucking book that you've written, that you published. And it's only 2x4 and from that fucking Neo-Advaitin. Why? Because he's having a residential, getting paid money, and that is the basis of what they're doing. Oh, no, you know what the Neo-Advaitin's going to say? No. Oh, residentials just apparently appear to happen. Oh, yeah, fees just apparently appear to happen. Yeah, $200 at a residential. 200, 300, 500, euros or whatever. Yeah. Those prices just apparently appear to happen. Bullshit. Fuck no. You know, I'm going to fucking call it out. Calling it out. None of those charges, fees, should ever happen. It's free information, freely available to any conjurers or anybody that is questioning and holding a satsang. You don't have to charge. There could be the free will donation thing going on. And if you have an interesting piece of work, or let's say a T-shirt or some merchandise, yeah, that's fine. But you don't set prices and expect people to pay for all these residentials and spiritual retreats and high priced things like that, because you're just doing that for yourself. You know you are. Even though the Neo-Advaitin won't admit it, he's charging for that reason. And there's a certain way to go about doing that. And should it be done a certain way? No. It's just frustrating to see, because it's that same old fucking spiritual crap all over again. The same old fucking guruing, kissing of fucking feet, and the shit that fucking Muji is pulling. That's not necessary. That's bullshit, man. That's fucked up, really. It really is. You're not helping anything, even if you think you are. If you're getting involved that way, no, that's not necessary. Get your feet kissed. What the fuck? And then, even with the Neo-Advaitin, the birthday and birthright of Paul Hedron once said this about the praying and the lotus stance and the chanting and all of these movements of the body and spiritual teachings. They ain't gonna fucking get nobody nowhere. You're not going to suddenly enter in some kind of higher dimension, a higher realm, because you believe that when you die, okay, that when the body mind dies, and you've always considered that to be yourself, you are going to, when you pass away, the body mind is simply going to pass away, and you're just energy. You're just going to go right back into continuing to blend with the absolute. And however that particular body mind might appear in some other form throughout the infinite universe, fine. It's going to be that anyway, whatever it's going to be. But it's not known. It's not a knowable. How that particular energy field is going to appear. It cannot be predicted. Lifetimes, even if the reincarnation and karma and all that's been mentioned before, even if that was true, it's not known. It's not knowable. Can't be predicted. There are no soothsayers and seers, Nostradamus. All of these things were conjured. They were just fanciful conjurings. Just as a wizard or a magician could perform tricks, the hand is quicker than the eye kind of thing with all the illusions. An illusionist can't figure out how they do their tricks, but there is a way that they're tricking somebody, a magician. So that life is not that. Life is not trickery. Life is not a fucking cosmic joke either. You hear that a lot. You go on these various non-duality pages in Facebook, and you see and you witness whereby they have the descriptions such as cosmic joke. They ain't no fucking joke. The joke is not on anybody. There is no joke to begin with. No, it's just what is and is not. It's just the absolute. Empty fullness. Simply this. It is not anything specific. It is not anything subjectified or objectified. No subjectivities and objectivities. There are no fucking exclusivities. Any fucking language, the English language, any language that's uttered, spoken, vocalized, verbalized by any human corporeal body, mind, action figure, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Never did. Literally, it doesn't matter regarding solidified, physical, permanent matter. No. That doesn't matter, because it's not exclusively that way. Nothing is exclusively solidified, solid, permanently so. No. It's impermanent. But it's both. It's temporarily permanent, but it's not all the way always permanent. It's not always permanent. Nothing is always permanent. And nothing is always impermanent. See, there's both. It's both real and unreal. Permanent and impermanent. Personal and impersonal. Both. All interconnected. Always, always. And it's been always this way. It always will be in all spaces and all times. Ah, man.
There's something that registers.
Something registers. See, you could take every statement, nearly every statement, but should there be a degree of tolerance there? Yeah. Yeah. Well, this particular body-mind action figure never really had much patience and much tolerance for anything that was expressed or ever has been expressed, or even now. If it encounters this particular body-mind reacts in a particular way, not sure, not certain why. I don't think there is a why, but it really reacts whenever it witnesses any kind of injustice, unfairness, anything like that, an intrusion on especially inflicting harm to somebody else, what apparently appears to be somebody else. Oh no, will not put up with it if it is witnessed in the vicinity of this particular body mind action figure. See any kind of injustice, unfairness, or anything like that going on. Oh yeah, it's going to react so quickly and interact with it, and diffuse it. It's gonna fucking diffuse it. I guarantee. If there's harm inflicted to a family member or anything like that, get very defensive. Oh, like the wolf pack. You know, if one of the wolves is harmed, just like the canines, very loyal to all its family members. Pity the fool that fucks with the family. Oh hell no. That's number one. Who else is going to take care of the family? See, and that's a very strong primordial force. If there's a natural force and energy, and you see that, you see the alpha male that defends and takes care of its family and its territory till death. If that so be it. Yeah, till it'll even go as far as that. It doesn't give a shit. It doesn't fucking care if it dies in the process of defending and protecting its family. Fuck yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Neither right or wrong, but hey, you see something fucking going on in nature. Well, if there isn't any meaning, reason, purpose behind witnessing nature, what goes on there, well, that's kind of obvious now, isn't it? Sure it is. Yeah, it is obvious.
The brain, if you want to talk about registering and perception, the brain does that. But it's actually obvious, nobody does it.
Well, wait a minute. When you say does, there is no doing. See, it's not that I disagree with the Neo-Advaitin, so-called Neo-Advaitin, the birthday and birthright of Jim Newman. Not in this Neo-Advaitin, not in disagreement, but there's a particular effective way to conduct a satsang. If again, if that body mind's made a decision to sit in that chair and hold these satsangs, and it travels around and it has residentials and it charges money and all that, fine. Fucking charge whatever you're gonna charge, Jim. You know, do that. Fine. And go ahead and hold all your satsangs, write your fucking books, publish your books, and get on your website, start charging. You know, it's the same thing that's been done before. You're not doing anything new. Just jumping on the fucking bandwagon, you know. But I tell you what, that's not necessary. And you know, the conjured souls that buy into it, They think they're going to get something out of it, and that's why they're willing to pay the price. You see, even Tony Parsons, he knows that. He's recognizing he's no fool. He used to run a business, so he's taking the writing of books and publishing. It's going to happen naturally. He knows that. Hell, he had a fucking a business with literature, with books. Who better to know how to promote a book, literature, how to put together a publication than somebody who's been involved in that field of publications? Yes, it's obvious. Not every single body, mind, action figure out in what apparently appears to be society, not every single one is that gullible. They're not that gullible, and they're not going to be that fucking naive. Hell no, the naivety. There's going to be groups of subconjured conjured cells, okay? There's going to be action figures. Since self cannot get out of self, we're going to continue to refer to the fucking conjured self. The conjured self that has its own beliefs is going to say, you know what? I'm going to do things my way. Yeah, I can care less. I don't give a fuck what anybody else has to say, what they think, how they feel about it. Too bad. Don't like it? Fuck off then. Yeah. You don't like it? You disagree with it? Fuck off. Oh no, I want to be a troll because I want to be noticed. Fuck you. Fuck the trolls too. Fuck the haters. Fuck the trolls. Fuck them all. Doesn't even matter. You know what? It really doesn't. Again, if there's a body, mind, action figure expressed a certain way and they want to conduct their satsang a certain way, fine. You don't like it, get the fuck out. If you think you're going to get something out of it, no, sorry. You're going to be disappointed, conjured self. The conjured self's going to be disappointed every fucking time. You see, fuck, fuckity, fuck. What? That's just a fucking word. What? Oh, I'm so offended. He's cursing at me. Whinge. No. You're self-afflicting that sensitivity. You're sensitizing it. You feel it in your gut, and you're causing that gut feeling. You're doing that to that body mind that you believe you're in. You're reacting that way. You're taking the energy, the essence. You're just an energy field, okay? But you're taking that energy field and you're directing it. You're directing it into that which you're not. You're not that body, mind, action figure. But see, it's the conditioning. It's understandable. What's understandable? Well, the conditioning that happens 2x4 from and about a conjured self. There are a lot of action figures that hold strongly to what they believe are their own feelings. And those that are very easily offended because they're holding on to certain beliefs and they feel strongly about that. So if there's certain words that they hear, oh, I don't want to hear that, or certain visions or certain visual fields or certain activities that appear to be going on, oh, I don't want to see that. Oh, I don't want to hear that. No, I don't want to know that. See? The conjured self believes that it has its own beliefs and its own feelings to feel. Because it's so fucking self-centered. So fucking full of itself. It comes across that way. And then, if the conjured self has yet to collapse and unravel and realize that it's fictitious and it's all made up. It's all conjured, it's all a fucking story. It's fictitious, it's not true. Never was. But if it believes that, 2x4 from and about itself, it's going to react to everything it's always thought to be seen and believed to be a certain way, a particular way. And if it hears the word fuck this, fuck that, god damn it, all the curse words, oh, don't take the Lord's name in vain. That's a big one. When I say big one, that's a big fucking issue. Especially in the Bible Belt in the United States. My family, I was raised in a Baptist, right? And Baptist happens to be one of several Christian denominations, Christianity. And by the way, just look at the historicity of religions. The source of most of the wars and conflicts on the planet. It has fucked up the entire planet in that way, in that respect, as far as beliefs. What have beliefs done? Taken so many lives needlessly. So many lives, you know. You can't just say that Hitler was the absolute appearing to slaughter all the Jews. That's kind of a fucked up way of looking at it, really. And this body mind wouldn't really go that far. No. No, there's a certain degree of, decency, really. Is anybody being decent? No, it's not. It's not necessarily that. But recognize that was quite a bit of highly concentrated in great numbers of suffering and anguish all at once. And does that really matter? Well, in a sense, just consider it. Think about it. Not to say that it didn't matter, but to a degree it did. Could that body mind action figure Jim Newman sit in that chair, or Tony Parsons referred to the Jews and the Holocaust that way so comfortably? How insensitive? Because how do you think a person that actually went through and was at a concentration camp and has the mark on their arm, how do you think they're going to feel about that? You mean you're going to be that insensitive to that particular person? And although you didn't go through that kind of suffering, you know what? The line needs to be drawn. What line? Yeah, there may not be a line, but common courtesy, common decency. Yeah. Although the absolute is unconditional love, yeah, and that's a natural force throughout the infinite universe, yes. That may be so, but come on. Acknowledge and recognize that. And don't turn around and say that the slaughter of the Jews, the Nazis, and Hitler, oh yeah, that was just the absolute appearing that way. Didn't mean anything. Well, it certainly was a hellish experience for those people. They had to go through it. Oh, but there are no people. There's nobody. You know what? Yes. Yes and no. That may be true, but still. Suffering is very real to a body mind that's experiencing suffering. Although the suffering doesn't have to be owned, it is still suffering nonetheless, still painful. Ever get a fucking Charlie horse, Jim? Tony, I would like to ask you guys. Now, if you've ever experienced a Charlie horse, when I say Charlie horse, it's when the muscles, they feel so painful when you stretch them out. After, let's say you've been on a pedal cycle and you haven't been on one for a long time, and then you really work those muscles in many miles, let's say 20, 25 miles all at once, you ride on a pedal cycle, and then that night you have this Charlie horse effect. The muscles very, very painful. Very painful. And so are you going to say, oh, well, that's just the action figure, that's just the body mind going through pain? Oh, that's not my pain. It's just pain. That's all it is. No, you're going to be fucking cursing. You're going to be hoping that Charlie horse wears off and go, oh, fuck, man. And it is painful. If any body mind action figure is viewing this right now, if you've ever had a Charlie horse where the muscles, they really tighten up, and it's a very uneasy feeling in the body wherever it happens. Most of the time it'll happen in the hamstrings or your leg muscles somewhere, or the calves, and especially if it's that really big muscle there with this part of the leg at the top, the hamstring, or the thigh muscle. Oh man, that's that big thigh muscle back there. If it ever Charlie horses, fucking painful, man. And then let's say you accidentally, you might burn your finger or a little bit like that. If you've ever been through accidentally a fire or anything like that, that's a lot of torturous anguish to endure, to go through something like that. So to be that insensitive whenever that's mentioned about pain and suffering and affliction, there should not really be insensitivity expressed. No. Since the absolute and since absolutely everything, the empty fullness and all there is and simply this is unconditional love. Yeah, Tony, you said that too. And but on the other hand, he turns around and refers to you know what? Fine. It was said. It was stated. Okay. Is it going to be acknowledged? Well, yeah. Eventually, there's going to be another conjured self that's going to come across that particular recording presentation, is going to hear that, and then either it's going to avoid this message altogether and just continue on as a conjured self, and it's going to continue to live its life however it chooses to live its life. Well, it's not really choosing to live its life a particular way, but it's going to believe and think that it is. So a majority of the conjured selves that believe they're living their own lives, they may continue to do that. They may come across a satsang, they may come across one of these channels, either Jim Newman's Simply This, Andreas Mueller's Timeless Wonder, Richard Sylvester's recordings, these right here, because what I try to do, and when I say I try, this body mind action figure that has been involved with this Neo-Advaita movement, which is the same thing as the Advaita Vedanta of thousands of years ago, the Upanishads and Gitas, from the original Sanskrit tongues, not the English language, but taking the direct transliterations directly from the Sanskrit, transliterations from the original Upanishads and all the Gitas into the English language directly, and then being as thorough as possible. Be very, very thorough on the website, the angelfire.com/tx3/yantra om. On that site, everything that has to do with non-dualism, non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, all of it, but being thorough about it. So if this body mind action figure is going to hold a satsang, I guarantee it. This body mind guarantees it. This particular Neo-Advaita guarantees that you will receive a thorough satsang where every single question will be addressed thoroughly and concisely. No silences, that's all bullshit. Just as the Birthday and Birthright Paul Hederman, just as that Neo-Advaitin has said, don't hold on to these silences, because then what you're not is going to claim that. Fuck yeah, it does. It claims the silences as, oh, look at me, I'm holding on silence for so long. See, like it's another spiritual practice. Or I've said a mantra so many times, or I kiss the feet of the master, and this, that, and the other. Oh, that's fucking bullshit. All of that's unnecessary. It's not necessary. And it's not going to achieve absolutely nothing. Fuck no. It's not going to achieve fuck all. Of course not. It won't. It won't. See, I think Oscar leaves his ball here because when he goes and wanders off and he comes back and he gets to chase it again. Well. Whatever, baby. Whatever. Jeez. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
So nobody sees.
There's consciousness, right?
No, there's no consciousness. I mean, it depends what you mean by consciousness. But as far as I understand the word consciousness, that is for the individual something it can have. So I am conscious, or I am aware. That's just part of the dream.
Yeah.
That's duality. That's separation.
But you have to admit that there is...
Actually, I don't, but let's try it.
there is something...
There isn't something. That's the whole point.
Okay, but you can't deny that...
Obviously, I just did.
that there's something happening right now.
Oh, absolutely, that can be denied.
That can be denied. Okay, I'm going to think about rephrasing now.
Well, just do this. Show me something else. See, for this to be really happening, it would have to be the consequence of something or the beginning of something else. So, for that to be true, you'd have to be able to show me one of those things, something else.
What do you mean, show me
A
something
past,
else?
for instance. Show me.
Well, he says, show me this, show me that, show me something else. Why phrase it that way? Because if you're going to phrase it that way, show me something else, it's as though you're taking a stance, and it's as though you're just like the guru, and then all the attendees are devotees of the satsang that you're holding. It's like mimicking that setup. It's mimicking the setup of the guru and the devotee. No. Don't even take that lightly either. There's great responsibility in something that way. No. You see, you're taking the satsang setup situation and setting it up in such a way that's very similar to the way the gurus have in the ashrams in India, and the ancient traditional practices that have worked. They are very effective, and they do work. And how do they work? They work to unravel this sense of separation, this sense of a self-identification. The conjured self. Yes. But to say that, show me, well, I don't have to show you absolutely jack shit. I don't have to fucking show Jim anything. I don't have to show you anything. That's why you wouldn't want me attending your fucking satsangs, Jim. I'm telling you right now. And then you block out the comments on your channel. Right, because you don't want to see that. See, the comments are disabled on all the videos. Do you leave them open? No. There must be a reason. If we look at the other non-duality speakers, if we look at the other Neo-Advaitins, for example, a very humble Paul Hederman, birthday and birthright of Paul Hederman, he doesn't disable the commentary, he leaves it open so that the interaction can flow. And he knows very well nobody has a right to conduct, a satsang in some particular way and say, well, if you don't follow the rules of my satsang, get the fuck out. When you start doing that, then you're not doing anything no different than all the other spiritual teachers that think they're somebody special. See, then the terminal uniqueness comes back, and then you may not even admit it, Jim, but that's what you're fucking demonstrating. Sorry, not disagreeing with you, but I'm just calling it as it's obviously seen. And you know very well, and Jim he knows very well, that body-mind action figure that's holding satsangs in this particular way, he's no fool. And Tony Parson, him too. These guys are no fools. But you see, it's the manner by which there's great responsibility, the manner by which a satsang is held. Is there a particular way that needs to be done? To a certain degree, yes. There is great responsibility to hold a satsang. To be that Neo-Advaitin, that speaker, to be in front of a bunch of, other body-mind action figures appearing, and then they're all constricted with, the self-inflictions of terminal uniqueness and constriction of energy, and although it's self-inflicted, the Neo-Advaitin there is not necessarily there to assist, but to recognize, and that recognition that's within every other energy field, every other human corporeal body, mind, action figure, can also experience that same thing. And exactly the same particular ways that are very, very similar to the manner by which any Neo-Advaitin expresses, all other human corporeal manifestation can express easily the same similar ways. They can. So, to single them out and say, oh, well, there's something over there that's still self-identifying with itself, and yeah, just keep coming to my satsangs, though, keep paying for, the residentials and all that. As long as you pay, then we can sit here and we can have this kind of interchange. But I'm not going to give it all explicitly and expose it all. I'm going to leave a little bit out so that next time when you come back, I can get that next P. See? It's a fucking business. If it's run as a business, then the Neo-Advaitin has some responsibility to conduct a satsang in a particular way. If it's going to be run like a fucking business, it's no different than all the fucking different churches in the Western world, in America right now. No different than them. Passing around the plate to contribute to tithes. That's the way they said that. They used to say, well, God needs your money. He needs you to go to church and you need to attend. And just like the televangelists, same fucking thing. But they're trying to do that, and not really trying. They're obviously demonstrating something very similar. You cannot set it up very similar to that, because then it's going to be called out eventually. And so, although you're still getting away with it, that's obviously what's going on, though. And there's nothing right or wrong about it, but it's going to turn out, the results of a satsang are going to turn out in a particular way based on the manner by which the Neo-Advaitin holds that particular satsang. It will. So there it is again. Are these decisions that the seeker is willing to pay just to hear something that could be freely accessible, information is freely accessible? If body mind happens to have extra money to throw around like that, and they can still live within its means, well, then it's going to do that, then, isn't it? So you're going to get a full gamut of variety in society, the societal structure. When I say in society, those English speakers that are on the grid, so to speak. And so, call it out. Yeah, body, mind, action figure notices something, it's going to fucking call it out. So, does it matter? No. Doesn't matter one way or the other, but I tell you what, it's going to express anyway. It's going to express however it's going to express, and that's the bodying, fine. Call it that then. Whatever. For fuck's sake, really.
Tell me the past in some way, or there isn't anything else. This is singular and immediate. In that sense, it doesn't actually even move. It appears to move, but there's no reality to any of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't need anything else. It's already
Fine.
absolutely whole, complete,
All right.
and free,
All right.
just as it is.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be understood.
Yeah,
It doesn't
no
need
need.
consciousness. Doesn't need awareness.
this, that, and the
the
other.
tree doesn't need to be recognized
Yes.
for it to be what it is.
There's no need, this, that, and the other.
It is actually more what it is, in a sense, when no one sees the tree, than when there's somebody who thinks they see a tree.
No, when no one sees a tree, there is
Tree,
no tree.
treeing.
Right?
There is no tree. There's just treeing.
There has to be someone to see the tree, otherwise there is no tree.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there is something
No, there
No.
isn't.
No.
there.
When you're with your logic, I'm going with your logic that there is no tree. There's no object tree.
But there is the seeing of the tree.
Absolutely, nobody sees.
Yeah, but there is the seeing.
Nobody sees.
Nobody sees, but there is seeing.
Yeah.
See, and there is no parting ways, my friend. See, because that's when you're fucking up, Jim. I'm sorry. See, that's not humbleness. That's not recognizing, look, we're all equivalently. No body mind is any better just because it did not recognize that it was self-identifying with itself. That's fucked up. That's playing the guru role as though, oh well, I know what I'm saying. I'm saying that satsang, I'm sitting here in this chair, you're not saying, you're asking. You're still asking because you're questioning, because you haven't unraveled. You haven't noticed that you're not that body, mind, action figure that you think you are. Yeah, but let's be careful with that, because you're going to come across that way. Look, and he does. Listen to this bit.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, we can do that.
And there is.
No, you're not doing anything. See, what doing what? We could do that. We're not doing anything. So see, it's mixing this. It's mixing these metaphors and these expressions, and mixing it up together. That's no different than fucking Eckhart Tolle's doing the same thing. So, there's these discrepancies in there, and if they're not called out, well then they're not going to be noticed, and then the Neo-Advaitins is going to get away with it. So, fucking call it out.
Is no thing that recognizes that there is seeing.
No.
Yes. There's two types of seeing, Jim. What the fuck? You can't recognize that? Your Neo-Advaitin, Paul Hederman, recognizes that there's just seeing, there's just verbing. But there's also two types of seeing that can be recognized. There's the facilitation of sight of a human corporeal body mind. That's a facilitation of sight. That's a form of seeing. But the other seeing is that which is behind the essence, behind what we're not, which is the manifestation of the human corporeal form. That's a form of seeing. So what is seeing behind the facilitation of sight? So there's two separate seeings going on right there. That's that separation. There's the claim, the proclamation of the subconscious conscious self that says, well, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that, I'm seeing something else. No, that's one form of seeing from what we're not. 2 by 4 from and about what we're not, which is the body, mind, human corporeal manifestation is temporally temporary. There's that facilitation of sight. Now, that facilitation of sight is 2 by 4 from and about eyes that are not our eyes, from that which we are not. We're not those eyes. We're not the body. We're not any of those fucking 5 senses. The 5 fucking gates. No, it's the energy going through them and expressing through them. But we're not that. We're not that body-mind action figure. See, it needs to be explained like that, Jim. What the fuck? But see, you won't do that. You're not explaining that way. Why? Well, it could be because you want more attendees at your thoughts. I don't know what the fuck the reason why you're not acknowledging that. See, so we're going to notice that now. We're going to notice the differentials. We're going to have one Advaitin. We're going to have one fucking Neo-Advaitin. It's going to be expressed in a particular way, and then another one is going to be expressed in a similar way, but not quite the same. And then what's going to happen? They're going to fucking branch off. It's going to be non-duality philosophy over there, and non-duality nihilism over here, where everybody's off the fucking game board. Yeah, that's fine. And then it's going to be a mixture. You're going to have your Eckhart Tolle's and your Mujis and the kissing the fucking feet, and then, all there is consciousness. And then you're also having the other one where it's science and non-duality conference. Science, combining the sciences, metaphysics, with non-duality. See, it's all a mixture. Fucking hodgepodge. No. No. See, so in a traditional sense, they've all steering away, they're all going away, all branching off in what they believe is the non-duality message and the way to present it. See, it's happening happening all over again, just the way it was witnessed with Christianity and all these other religious beliefs. Sad but fucking true. Does it matter? No, but it is recognized, it is acknowledged. It's recognized, it is acknowledged, it's called out for what it obviously apparently appears to be. And the naive conjured self is going to fall for it. Yes, they're going to attend, and the increase of numbers like that you're seeing, getting into the thousands now, thousands of subscribers. It's the same fucking thing going all over again. Oh, well, I don't want to be left out because, have you heard what Jim Newman has said in his latest satsang? Let's all gather together, and then we're going to form this separate groups. The Jim Newman devotees, yeah, of that Neo-Advaitin. And then you have your Paul Hederman devotees. Then you have your Tony Parsons devotees. And then you have your Richard Sylvester devotees. And then you have your all these other different Neo-Advaitins that are not quite recognized. And of course, obviously, one of the top ones is most popular, of course, which is Eckhart Tolle. Why do you think there's so many Eckhart Tolle devotees? Why do you think that is? Kind of obvious, isn't it? Because most conjured selves are going to jump on that bandwagon. They will. Because it sounds very, very similar to another belief, another religion, another spiritual practice, spiritual teaching. That is not the message of Advaita Vedanta. That is not the message of non-duality. It is not. It is not about some particular way of expressing and referring to and pointing to the non-dual nature of the Absolute. It's not any of these particular spiritual teachings, meditative practices, approaches, descriptions. No. But they're mixing it all together anyway, regardless. Alright. There it is again. Catering to the conjured self, it's going to take its pick. It's going to look around, and if something's going to seem appealing to it, 2x4 from and about itself, that conjured self's going to gravitate to it. It's going to gravitate to that which is most entertaining to it. 2x4 from and about itself. Yeah, and that's not the message. That's not non-duality. It's not. But oh fucking well. It's gonna happen. I mean, K fucking Sarah Sarah. Yeah. Take your pick. Yeah. The conjured self's gonna take its pick anyway, because it believes it's living a life of its own. Still fucking separate. Still separation. Still more self-conjuring. And habitual offensiveness. No, I'm living my own life. I decide. I have free will and choice. I don't give a fuck what these other non-duality speakers are saying. These other Neo-Advaitins are full of it. I don't agree with them. So I'm going to go. See? That's going to happen. It's already happening. It is happening now. That's right there probably the reason why Jim Newman has that disabled. You don't want to see all those reactions. You don't want to have to see that, and then it displays it. No, they're going to lock it in. That's locked in right there. That particular one. And it wants to see that. It wants to see, oh, okay, so it's not allowing free speech there, free commentary, so that anybody can express however they feel they want to express, and then that could be addressed. Either it could be addressed or not. All right, fine. Be that way then. Nod your head like that. You nod your head like that.
But the thing is,
fucking Zen bitch slap that fucking nod. Don't you point your finger at me either. No.
and this is the real kicker.
Kicker?
It's already not happening there.
Kicker.
There's already nobody
Ooh.
seeing this.
Wow, I'm impressed.
After that apparent nobody seeing, there's an individual or an experience that comes in and says, I see, I know, I can identify.
Yeah, but there can't be seeing with nothing seeing. There has to be an entity.
Well, then I guess, yep, that's where we part ways, my friend.
No, bullshit. Fuck no. No. Oh, man. Oh, no. I just can't believe you just witnessed that. That's so sad. See that? See, there's the guru. The guru just said, that's where we part ways. That's no fucking different than the reaction of the guru thousands of years ago. It said, you're not going to follow my meditative practices? I am coming from the Absolute. You don't follow it, then you go find some other ashram, some other guru. Because you do not belong here. And get the fuck out of my ashram. Oh, really? Seriously. And it's the same with the newer ones with Christianity in the churches. If you disagree with it, they have deacons. They'll fucking escort you out. The deacons are like the bouncers at a fucking pub. Yeah, it's all set up like that. Doesn't have to be, but it is. Why? Because it's structured. It's a structured, conditional thing. It's authoritative figures that want to run certain shows a certain way. And now it's turning non-duality into a fucking show. It's turning non-duality, the tradition, holding the satsang, is turning that to a fucking show now. Okay, if we're not appealing, let's find a gimmick. Let's find a fucking gimmick to present a satsang in a particular way, but let's make it entertaining so we can draw in the crowd. Yeah, see, another fucking business is turned into. Sad but true. Yeah, it's happening all over again. No, it shouldn't be, but it is. Oh, come on.
Because there is no one that sees. And the kicker is there's already nobody. That is the infinite. There isn't separation, as I began the meeting. Separation is at all levels completely illusory. It's not happening.
Fine. So?
It's crazy.
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wild.
Well, you get no fucking reaction
and
from.
free.
It's just everybody like that. You get different reactions, different places. He even admitted it. Fuck. You look at some of the past interviews. That body mind action figure, Birth Name Birthright Jim Newman. He's even said it before himself. He says, it's really interesting. The different satsangs we go around the world and different places have different energy. Yeah, you said that. Yeah, different energy. That's because the absolute is always always. Even the ways that might surprise that body mind action figure, the Neo Advaitin. Yeah, there might have certain reactions that might surprise a Neo Advaitin. But you wouldn't have expectations. But it would be interesting. Yeah, sure it's interesting. And there's still mystery. The mystery's still there. Yeah, there's plenty of mystery. That which is unknowable. Yeah. There's only a very, very small portion, a very narrow band of that which is visibly observable and knowable. Very, very small portion. But is it that way purposely, for some reason, meaning purpose? Some kind of clandestine cosmic operation going on? And all of these conspiracy theories that are conjured? And there really are truly conspiracy theories going on? And if they are, to what means, to what end? If there are. Remember, recall, and notice, no beginning, no end. Absolutely everything, nothing singled out. And nothing else is added to it. But I tell you what, obviously, there are going to be conjured cells that are going to try and add more information as though it's new information, as though there's some type of new discovery, and now we're going to make this that was once considered unknowable, it's now going to cross over into the side of that which is now knowable. Is there any decision that's made for that to seemingly occur and seemingly happen? No, of course not. It's the accord and volition of the Absolute, of that force by which is not necessarily the cause, but it can apparently appear to be the cause, as in nature. The forces of nature apparently appear to be causes of the planetary system, the planetary abode and all its environments. And that apparently appears to be a living planet. You can look at it in a macrocosmic sense, that the Earth, that we refer to as Earth, Terra, Gaia, is a living being, like a living cell in the body. And a cell, real tiny, minute cell in a vast infinite universe. So using that type of metaphor, using these euphemisms, the metaphor regarding the infinite universe as a body, and all of the planetary Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe are likened to little living cells, very small cells. Man, I want what you're smoking. Pass that over here, man. Jeez, where did you get that idea? Just like an Animal House. Remember that one scene where he's looking at his fingernail? There could be a universe in the fingernail. You know, there's so many different ways to describe, again, so many different ways to describe regarding the message of non-duality, and do any of them really matter? No. They're just being expressed, obviously. Again, take your pick. And this isn't going to be the very last one. This particular body-mind action figure that's hopping aboard the Neo-Advaitin bandwagon, so to speak, this will definitely not be the last. And it definitely wasn't the first. Tony Parsons wasn't the first. But as far as the Neo-Advaitin goes, more or less, Tony Parsons is one of the biggest, greatest birth names and birthrights to start that kind of a movement, so to speak, the Neo-Advaitin movement. Yeah. As it apparently appears to be time going on, and this will eventually be the past, and these will be outdated and outmoded presentations, still, is there any significance to these presentations? Any significance to them? Of course not. No, the Neo-Advaitin would like to think so. Sure it would. It'd like to think, oh, well, I came up with a very unique, original way to hold a satsang. And the words that I said, and I recorded presentation, and the books that I've written, see, it's going back to that again. The terminal uniqueness. Doesn't have to. That's why we avoid this, and we avoid the chanting, the bowing, and the bodily positions. We avoid all that. Why do we avoid it? Well, you don't even have to avoid it. It's just conjured. So the moment that that is conjured, that's separation. That's uniqueness. And that's not the message. That is not the message. Non-duality. Right to Vedanta. No. It's not. Nor is it having a picture of a guru on a mantle or on a table next to the Neo-Advaitin speaking. No. Sunday. And back there, the poster of the Buddha. Yeah? And then the lotus leaf there. It's just appearance of a poster, and then the statues. Oh yeah, to look upon them, to gaze upon these types of statues, and there's a kind of a tribute to those gurus of the past, and about regarding Siddhartha and Buddha and Krishna and Yahshua, Jesus Christ, Yahshua, Master of Justice, Teacher of Righteousness. And so all of these avatars, gurus of the past, these great spiritual leaders that are referred to as great spiritual leaders, they're just bringing the information. It's being shared. It apparently appears to be shared. Does it matter? No. Is it going anywhere? No, it's already everywhere. So it's unavoidable. That's why absolutely anything in nature, absolutely anything everywhere that could be called anything, is going to be the source of all that is the everywhereness of everything, and nothing is separately so and not so. The infinitudinal complexification. It all goes back to those what apparently appear to be points of origin. Those are the origins. No beginning, no end. No galactic center. No Big Bang. No point, central point where all energy in the entire infinite universe just at some central point just expanded. It blew up. Expanding. It's still expanding now. It started at some little central point. Nobody knows that. Theorizing. That's all that is. Just theory. And the astrophysicists are going to continue to try to theorize and figure it out. They're going to try to figure out that which is infinitudinally complexified. They're going to try to figure out the infinitudinal complexification regarding the absolute that is both everything and no thing, inseparably so, not so. The astrophysicist is going to continuously attempt to theorize. No. Absolutely everything and no thing that's inseparably so and not so cannot be theorized. Cannot be. And the moment that it is, then it tries to turn that into finitudinal complexification. That which is finite. No. There are no parameters to the infinite universe. There are no borders. There are no separate areas such as a past historical database or future historical database. There are no databases. So you're referring to databases, and that there's this larger conscious system, and this conscious system is likened to a computer, and that this, that, and the other theory. Conjurings. That's all it is. Nobody knows that. The infinite universe is unknowable. The absolute is unknowable. It's unknowable. Nobody knows that. And then the moment that they claim they know, and the moment they theorize, it's conjured. Another conjuring. And the conjured self, the self-conjured conjured self, is going to continue to conjure more and more and more, regurgitating that which is already simply this. Just a regurgitation of it, recycling. Just recycling over and over and over, just energetic movements of energy. It's radically free, sure it is, because its appearance is absolutely everything and no thing. Simultaneously both real and unreal, ad infinitum. Everything and no thing inseparably so and not so.
Not happening. As you describe it.
It's a dream.
Sometimes you describe it.
Yeah, totally.
Totally, not totally.
I can describe how there's a contraction in the body, out of which arises the experience of a center. Comes with it the experience of separation,
the center
the drive
of
to find
eternity.
the experience of free will. You can describe all that. It's all illusory. But there is an experience that's absolutely convinced that it's happening.
There goes tomorrow.
It's not happening. It doesn't need to stop happening. The only time that it seems to be happening is when somebody goes, it's happening. Otherwise, it's obviously not happening.
Drop it. With the volley. Get the volley. With the volley.
Yeah, I can notice that
Get the
there's
volley.
a tendency that you want to grasp it or something.
Yeah.
Get the volley.
To know it. I am the experience and knowing are sort of the same thing. And my life is a life of experience.
Is it?
It's actually, it's completely hopeless for the individual. It's trying to overcome the experience of separation through more experience.
Really?
So it's constantly waiting for tomorrow.
Is that what you're doing too,
next
Jim?
moment.
Are you doing that too,
To
Jim?
overcome the separation, that's the satisfaction that it experiences by seeing this as real.
Really? Is that right?
So it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't matter. It makes no difference.
Yeah?
Has no effect.
Volley.
Just in the dream.
Get the volley. Get the volley. Get it. Get the volley. Get the volley. Get the volley.
No, of course I didn't. No. There's nobody in the wheel. There is no wheel. There is no wheel. Nobody steps out. There's just this happening. This happening is everything. It's emptiness appearing. It's no thing appearing.
Go and get the volley.
It's already completely free. Not for anybody.
Not 2x4 from or about anybody.
So the illusion of separation is also already always, right?
Totally.
So it doesn't need
But not for the experience. If it were for the experience, this meeting wouldn't happen. This meeting is a response to that experience of separation being dissatisfying. It not being okay.
So what's being talked about here doesn't help anyone, but it decreases some kind of impersonal dissatisfaction.
Two sort of, maybe, could increase it. Especially in top mess. That's where they love to scream at me and run out of the room.
That's funny? Is that funny? How about if somebody fucking punches you square on the fucking nose and the face or blackens your eye? Would you still be laughing then, Jim? I think not.
But there's two sort of superficial experience parts of the individual. One is a belief system. And this sort of talk can sort of undermine some of those beliefs. It's very superficial sort of happening. And secondly, it can sort of unravel the contracted energy that experiences itself as separate. That can happen.
Can you repeat it?
Don't think so. There's two things happening here, maybe.
Unraveling?
Yeah, that was the second bit though, wasn't it? The first bit was belief. Belief.
Mm-hmm.
See, when the I arises, the I experience
Yep.
this doesn't actually make sense to the I experience.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't actually know what's happening. So what it does, this is a story, right? It's bullshit. It's not true. But
Conjured.
in the story,
Yeah,
the
Conjured.
I experience
Conjured.
collects experiences and
Say
wraps
it.
around
Say it.
itself in sort of like a donut shield sort of thing. So I believe, which is just a cover-up for not knowing. That's why it believes. If it knew, it wouldn't have to believe, would it?
Well, wait a minute. No, not necessarily that either, Jim. Because knowing is not necessary as well. So you're speaking as though knowing needs to be known. Nothing has to be known. Everything already is. So that which is knowable doesn't need to be exclusively knowable. And you say, well, I know now. I know what he's talking about. No, it's not that. Belief and knowing, although they're separate, the belief bits are conjured. 2 by 4 from and about a self-conjured conjured self. Yes, that is describing what apparently appears to be so, and not so, but exclusively so, to that which is 2 by 4 from and about the conjured self. See? But it's not about the knowing as well. You can't say, well, I believe I know this, that, or the other. Those go hand in hand. But both the proclamations of knowing and the proclamations of believing what is known, or believing that which is knowable. No, drop both, because both are unnecessary for the Absolute to apparently appear as it does. So, dropping both, that is absolutely that which is already absolute. So, to say that, well, I know what I believe in, and what I believe I already know about because I've learned it, no, none of that matters. None of it ever did, because that's all part of a process of a story, of conjuring that which is believed to be known. 2 by 4 from and about a conjured self, about an individual person that's experiencing its own life, a personal experience of its own life. No, it only apparently appears to be that way. It is only thought to be believed in some particular way. No, that's not what's happening. It only apparently appears to be that way. This way, that way, or some other way that a conjured self's going to conjure.
And so it goes through life with its belief, trying to confirm in its bubble of a belief system. And this meeting undermines all of that, the entire construct. So it can be that some beliefs are lost, or become a little shaky.
And it's very radical.
This is radical. In a sense. To the need to know something, to the need for another experience, this is radical. But how much more simple could you get than this is it? This is all there is. Show me something else. this is already needlessly
Don't have to show you anything. I don't have to show you or anybody else. See, to put it that way, Jim, come on now. Just think about what you just said. Let's consider, all right? We don't even have to think about it, but let's just consider what was just said right there. It was just mentioned. Show me something. I said, show me the money. Show me the money. You got to show you something else? No, don't have to. It's not necessary. Nothing has to be shown to anybody. See? Nothing has to be shown to anybody. When you say show me, right? We're not showing you. We're not showing you anything, and we're not showing me anything. We're not showing you anything. We're not showing him. Jim Newman, we're not showing him anything either. We're saying show me something else. Don't have to fucking show you anything else. Don't even have to mention it. So, see, it could be expressed that way as well, couldn't it? But you see, that's the brutality that this body-mind action figure expresses with brutality, in a sense, so to speak. Brutal honesty and brutal concise and explicit and conciseness and thoroughness, as thorough as possible, because there may be conjured cells out there that are just as thorough with what they believe, okay, and what they believe they know. Yes, especially the extremely tightly wound ones. Those are the ones that need a Zen bitch slam down, not just a little bitch slap, but a slam down. Those are the ones that are staunch seekers, and this one is fucking stubborn seeker, extreme. But it thought that it had to be that way because it began to be fucked with at the very beginning. Yes, but this is unfuckable. Unfuckwithable. You can't fuck with this. Unfuckwithable. So the absolute is unfuckwithable. You can't fuck with the absolute. Try it and see what happens. You know what's going to happen? You try to fuck with the current of the natural flow of the absolute. It's just like trying to go against a hurricane, 150 fucking mile per hour winds. Try to walk against it. I'll give you other examples, such as nature. It's like trying to walk on fucking lava, volcano, and trying to walk on lava. Fuck no, man. You'll be dissolved, vaporized, actually. Or it's trying to make an effort to survive in a fucking nuclear explosion or hydrogen bomb. Yeah, you think you're gonna survive that? So that's just examples of how unfuckwithable the absolute is. And so the conjured self doesn't have to think that way in terms of, well, I've always blended with the absolute. Now I'm going to take that stance. I'm going to take that unfuckwithable stance now. The body-mind action figure is going to express in various ways depending upon the environment that it is seemingly within. It's going to be seemingly within a particular type of environment, and it's going to react. It is. It's going to react to situations in this environment, what it believes are situations. If they're threatening situations, what is that particular type of body-mind going to do? It's going to defend itself. It's not just going to sit there and think, oh yeah, you can fuck with me all you want. Sure, go ahead. Oh yeah? Okay. Try it and see what happens. All right. Well, they may not. Is that a threat? You get all kinds of different reactions to different conjured cells, don't you? I guess it all depends on the manner by which a self-conjured self is conjuring certain thoughts and ideas and entertaining. And it's not just the thoughts and ideas, it's also the feelings. So we don't hear very much about that as well. But they go hand in hand. Because there is a conjured self that believes that they have a mind of their own. And what goes along with the body-mind feelings? How many times does a conjured self, conjured self, admit to the feelings, not just the thoughts that it entertains, but the feelings as well? Not enough has been addressed in these presentations regarding feelings, but it's the same thing. Regarding the emotions, I'm not referring to any of these other gates, the other 5 gates. Well, the other 4, that is, the other 4 gates. But referring to feelings and emotions, those are those energetic movements that are stemming from the heart, the center, so to speak, the essence of the energy field that is coalescing, mixing, blending with the absolute. Because this is the appearance of the absolute body bodying. So if the body is bodying, then if there's an illustration of a body bodying, then is that body that's bodying, is that my body that's bodying? No. No. That's the conjured self saying that it's mine, and it's claiming that particular body that's bodying. Then it's self-identifying with it, and then it's calling itself that particular body that's bodying. It gives it a name. And there is where the sense of separation begins, see? But it began so innocently with this. It was a bodily form. Yes, it was the absolute, and it's still expressing in various ways and at various stages, various time frames and timelines, 2x4 from and about the appearance of body. It's just appearance as a body mind. It's not relegated to anything. It's not relegated to saying that, well, that body mind over there is 5 years old, so it's a 5-year-old, and it's in a certain grade of school, and then it's going to develop and go on with this. There's a continuum, and it's going to gradually do this, that, and the other. It's doing this, that, and the other. And it knows a certain degree or amount of information, and it is accumulated at a certain degree of a knowledge base. And it goes on and on like that. It goes on and on with exclusivities and terminal uniqueness. That body mind over there is such and such age. It was born at such and such date, such as time, such and such place. See, placements, times, situations, fixed positions, conditions, all these things that are considered to be static. Okay, it's permanently that way, but it's gradually changing to become something else. The becoming. There is no becoming, there is no continuing, there is no time. It's always just now. It's always just this. It's always been this. Always will be this. Simply this. Empty fullness. Spacious aliveness. Always. Always. Always all ways.
Pretty simple. And that includes absolutely everything that seems to be happening. There's nothing excluded. So there's no, and you could absolutely say, although these things could happen, there's no intention to
no
this meeting at all.
exclusivities, right.
As much as it's a reflection of the isness that is already,
right there,
there's
on
no
that one.
intention for anything to happen.
So there's only consciousness, right?
If you want to, I think it's a very
No.
unhelpful word.
Yeah.
Conscious, if you look it up in the English dictionary, says knowing of.
Knowing.
And so for me, it falls down there.
No, wait a
I think
minute.
you're
I wouldn't say that. No. For me, no. See, you just said for me. So then, is it really for you? Nobody's calling that out. See? And that particular Neo-Advaitins is taking advantage of the fact no one's going to call him out. And so, if he's not called out, say, hey, wait a minute, you just said for me. Nothing's for you. Nothing's for this body-mind action figure disappearing. That's the absolute appearing and bodying. Yeah? But you just said for me. No, it's not for you. It's not for me. It's not for this me, and it's not for that me. It's not for that you, it's not for this you. No. There's nothing 2 by 4 from or about you or me. or any other me or I. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
It's a lot less dangerous to say all there is toilet paper.
A lot less dangerous. What the fuck? You want to elaborate on that? No. You going to elaborate on? No, I'm just going to simply say that. That's it. Leave it there. Is that an effective way to run a fucking satsang? It's one of several ways that a satsang can be held. But the way it's held, there's too much room. There's too many silences. There's too much room. There's not enough explanation. There's not enough information to be divulged. There's not enough information that's going to unravel the questioners there and going to starve those questioners that are in attendance of these satsangs. It needs to be far more thorough. The Neo-Advaitin should have, would have, could have. Well, they should be more concise and specific and explicit and providing more information, explanations, expanding on the information, expanding on the responses to the questioners. These are conjured selves. These are seekers. And those that are seeking are filled with terminal uniqueness, and they are questioning. They're questioning because they are self-conjured selves that believe that they're separate. And so, otherwise, they wouldn't even fucking bother to attend a satsang. So if they're bothering, they're paying good money. Most likely they're paying you a good fee. Well, fucking hell. You know, if they're paying you a good fee, cater to that. Give them something that they believe that they're going to get. Even if you present it like that, don't fucking matter. But the information needs to expand and be greater than the question. There's going to be a question, fucking throw all kinds of answers at that question. And that's throwing over the heads of that which we're not, which is explained quite effectively and quite well with all these different past satsangs held by the Neo-Advaitin with the birth name birthright of Paul Ederman. He's mentioned that, throwing over the heads of that which we're not. Yes, indeed. But throw them. Throw something at them. Don't just sit there in silence or just say a few words and that's it. No. You need to expand. Expand on the responses and the answers to the questions that are asked of these conjured selves that are in attendance. Cater to them. They deserve it. Yes, definitely. Just recall how it felt prior to the collapse, prior to realizing that this is just simply everything and nothing, separately so and not so. It's just the absolute, simply this, the empty fullness, spacious aliveness. Just recall how that felt, as though Jim Newman's terminally, the certification, the certificate of authenticity of Jim Newman, the birth name and birthright of Jim Newman. Oh yes, I am Jim Newman. There's no other Jim Newman quite like me on this entire planet. In fact, throughout the infinite universe, there is no other Jim Newman like this particular Jim Newman. Oh yeah, there are other birth name and birthrights of Jim Newman, just as there are other birth name and birthrights of this body mind action figure that was called Richard Trevino. Oh yeah, you could go to fucking San Antonio right now, grab the fucking phone book, open it up to the surnames, and they're alphabetically in order in surnames, the pages, and you'll see about 6, 7, 8, probably 15 pages by now of the same surname Trevino and the same forename. Does that make every single one of those unique? No. Separate? No. It apparently appears that way in the phone book. But this particular body mind action figure is no better or no worse than any other fucking appearance of a body mind action figure. No better or no worse. Just appearances. Just an appearance. Just another appearance. And it's expressing. It's expressing in the English language. It's expressing in a particular way. Yeah. It is expressed in a particular way, but it's taking the expression, but covering the full gamut of the entire scope of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, and not leaving anything out. Because you can't single something out and just simply present the non-duality message of Advaita Vedanta and say, okay, well, it's this particular way and it's no other way. So, because I'm the Neo-Advaitin that's telling you that. Okay, it came from me, so continue buying my books and continue attending more of the satsangs, because, see, now you're honoring the Guru when you do that. Okay? So then that sets in as well. And the Guru knows this. And then the Guru runs it like a business. It runs its ashram, a business. So anywhere it goes, it's a traveling ashram. Yeah, wherever the Neo-Advaitin goes, it is running a traveling show. Just like the circus. It's like a fucking circus. Yeah. See, you can look at it that way too. A self-conjured conjured self may notice that too, and they go, oh, yeah. I see what that particular body mind action figure is saying, that Neo-Advaitin. He's saying, oh, okay, could be construed that way, yeah. Or like a business. Does it matter? No. But it is noticed. If it's recognized, if something's noticed, if there's an appearance of something, it's going to recognize it and it's going to describe it and say, oh, this is what I'm looking at. I'm witnessing that. What's going on over there? Oh, it seems to be going on over there. Is there any reason for it? No, there may not be, but I'm noticing. It's noticing what's going on over there. And so then you get in other groups, and then they get together and say, are you noticing that? See, it's a miracle, isn't it? So to speak. It's a miracle that any two body mind action figures agree on anything. It's just a miracle. And it takes some time. And this is why groups and collections of human corporeal body mind appearances group together for various reasons. That's why the groupings seemingly happen, occur. Because the agreements and the interpretations. Self-conjured conjured selves will group together based on interpretations. Interpretations of a particular fashion or a particular way of explaining the explanations that are interpreted in a particular way. This is how the conjured self cannot help itself. It cannot help itself to gravitate towards particular expressions of body mind action figures. And that it finds something appealing. Because it's appealing to the habitual offensiveness of the terminal uniqueness of a conjured self. 2 by 4 from and about a particular self-conjured conjured self. It finds something appealing and entertaining. And if there's a certain appeal to a presentation, or even in the satsang, and the Neo-Advaitin is expressed in a particular way, and it's entertaining, and it's not trying to be entertaining on purpose, but it does apparently appear to have some kind of objectives. It does. It seems to have some type of objectives whereby it says, well, how am I going to draw some more attendance to my satsang? Well, I'm going to have to figure out a way to make this, make the satsang appear to be entertaining and make light of it, come up with jokes, some laughter. Yeah, make that appealing. And maybe add a few perks here and there. Sell my books, sell some t-shirts, also get my feet kissed. That would be interesting if I could convince other conjured selves to do that. What? Okay. All right. If you say so. All right, fine. All righty then.
Because you don't have any concepts around it. I think what the individual means when it says there is consciousness, there is an absolute conviction because it's the experience that if I'm not here, nothing will be happening. I won't know what's happening, and it's necessary that I know what's happening for this to be. That's a dream.
Or, a similar way of putting that is that I am living my own life in my own body, and I am in a fixed position in my home. I am seated right now in this point in space and time on this particular date at this particular time, 8:30 a.m. in the morning, London time, as I realize or I recognize and I know that there are different time zones on the planet. I know that and I believe that. So since I know and believe that, then it must be so. It must be exclusively that way that I think it is. So therefore, it's 8:31 a.m. London time, and it's Sunday morning, and it's the 6th day of October of the year 2019. Now, in agreement, I believe that because I've been following the calendar since I was, well, allegedly since I was born. I wasn't following calendars for the first 18 months of my life? No. Of this body, mind, action figures life, yes. That's more of an accurate description. If we're going to go for accuracy here about descriptions of what apparently appears to be, descriptions, it's either to, by, for, from, and about that which we're not, which is the self-conscious, conscious self, body, mind, action figure that's temporarily, visibly observable in mirrors for an indeterminate duration, in space and time, and not of space and time. Is and is not. We are and we are not. The absolute is and is not. It is and it is not. Both. Simultaneously. So and not so. Everything and no thing. Inseparably. So and not so. Ad infinitum.
It is without the individual.
Already.
The individual takes ownership of the apparent happening.
Well.
Yeah, but if my body wouldn't be here, then...
What? Not
But we're not
your
talking
body.
about the body, we're talking about the experience that there's somebody in the body.
Yeah, and it's not your body to claim. See? Right there. It's in the speech. Catch it. It's obvious. Conjured self. Come on, conjured self. Admit it. Notice it. Catch it. Right there. My body. No. It is not your body. And this is not my body. Now, it used to be thought to be that way. Yes, of course. Prior to that collapse, prior to that constriction that dispersed, the energy dispersed. It was never constricted to begin with. It was only self-conjured to be constricted about self-identification, terminal uniqueness, and self-identity, self-esteem, self-centeredness. Yeah? Not my body. Not your body, not my body, not anybody's body. No. It's just body. Yes. It's the absolute body. And every other appearance of anything that's called something. Cupping. Gloving. Yeah? Scissoring. I know, it sounds funny, doesn't it? Ceilinging, flooring, chairing. Yeah, fine. It sounds funny, it sounds weird, it sounds unusual. Why does it sound funny, unusual, and weird? Simply because if there's a conjured self that hears that and then interprets that and takes that information and then entertains it and says, "What?" And it does that beneficial, or the canine, cocks its head to the side because this doesn't make sense. I don't understand what that is. Well, 2x4 from and about the self-conjured conjured self that has never heard this message before, it's going to start doing that when it hears it. If it hears it, and then it says, "Well, I heard that." No, you didn't. The body mind did. Sure it did. It heard that. No, but you're the hearing of the body mind. But the claiming of what's heard is going to be claimed by that which you're not, which is the body mind. And if it sees something, facilitating sight. The body mind action figure facilitates sight, and if it sees something, it's going to claim that it saw something. But you're not that which claims it sees anything. There is seeing, yes. And so agreed regarding seeing, hearing, touching, feeling, smelling, verbing. Everything's verbing, indeed. Birth name, birthright, Paul Hederman. That particular Neo-Advaitin, yes. Yes, absolutely. And there's the unspoken yes regarding that. Regarding that which we're not. Clearly seen through. Yes? And so repetition is beneficial. Is it beneficial? Or is it necessary? Well, to the degree by which the unraveling can apparently appear to happen. The fictitious story that's held 2x4 from and about the self-conjured conjured self that believes it's filled with beliefs about itself. 2x4 from and about itself. It is filled with beliefs that I am somebody. I am somebody special. I have my own family. I have my own body. I have my own life to live. It's all mine to do with it as I please. I can do whatever I want with this body because it's mine. I'm claiming it as mine. See? Believed. Thoughts that way. Believed to be that particular way. Well, I believe, and I know. What I know, I believe, and what I believe, I know. And that defines what I am. See? No, it doesn't. But 2x4 from and about the self-conjured conjured self, that's the type of reality that lives within 2x4 from and about itself. That's the way it orbits its own, what's believed to be its own head, what's believed to be its own mind, its own body. It's all about that. It's Planet Richard, yeah? You know how many Richards there are. Now again, getting back to that, San Antonio, Texas. Probably 10, 15 pages in the phone book by now. They still have phone books, but birth names, and then different derivatives of the forename. Rick, R-I-C, or Rick, R-I-K, or R-I-C-K, or Ricky, R-I-C-K-Y, or R-I-C-R-I-K-I, or, different forms of the forename. But then there's the surname. They could also have close to the same spellings. There's Trevino, and there's just a Trino, and then there's a Trevino with a tilde over the N. And so, what does that matter? Oh, is it because there's particular body minds that are named that are going to be terminally unique and special? Each one is special 2x4 from and about itself. No. See, that's just a belief. That's just a way of thinking. So, getting back to ways of thinking. Self-conjured conjured selves have various ideas based on what are believed to be and claimed original ideas and thoughts. No, there's just thinking. There's just cognition. There's consciousness, yeah, but not all there is consciousness. No. There's just the absolute. This is the absolute of everything and no thing, both so and not so, inseparably so and not so, ad infinitum. Now, that encompasses and entails absolutely everything that's visible and absolutely everything that's non-visible or invisible, indivisible. Or there's so many different terms in the English language to use to describe. Again, innumerable ways to hold a satsang, innumerable ways to describe that which we're not. We're not this. So we can study. Yes, indeed, we can study. Till the very last breath that this body-mind takes, that's all that this is about. Yeah. These satsangs are regarding duality. They're duality meetings. They're duality satsangs. But then at the same time, the message of non-duality is shared as well. So both are included. Both the study of that which we're not, the study and the mentioning regarding dualities, this, that, and the other, that is that way, and this is this way, and then that over there is some other way, and there's these fixed positions of various ways. No. There's always, in space and time, and out of space and time, all ways of manifestations, all types. Manifestations that are visibly observable mirrors, and manifestations that are not manifesting anything, because those are energy forms. Energy forms that have yet to manifest into as an energy form. So what are we? Energy fields of energetic movements. Energetic movements that apparently appear to be movements, but they're not movements. See, they're both. The appearance of movement and the appearance of stillness. So there's so many ways, see, to describe it. Describe that which we're not. And we're not that, that's simply an appearance. We're not that human corporeal appearance. It's going to appear as a human corporeal appearance, but for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. For an indeterminate duration are these manifestations appearing. And these appearances of manifestations, although temporally temporary, and although for an indeterminate duration, space and time, that which we truly are, or that which we are, is timeless, boundless, mingling, coalescing, mixing with the absolute, going along with the flow of the life force itself, the life force of absolutely everything throughout the infinite universe, infinitudinal complexification.
That there's an entity inside with buttons and levers called free will and choice making this happen. Yeah. That's just a dream. There's nothing in there.
It's a self-conjured dream. And these self-conjured dreams, in a sense, to describe that, a self-conjured dream entails the beliefs. So each appearance of a conjured self, a body-mind complex action figure, it compiles or it elicits or it creates or it generates. It generates its own version of that dream. Okay, so there's a dream reality apparently appearing to be a dream reality that apparently appears to be out there, and I'm in here in this body mind action figure. I'm in here. This is me. I'm in here. What are you? That's right. Energy field. We're what? We're not a whom. So there is no conjured self in here. There is no entity that has the name and that proclaims that, oh yeah, I am Richard Trevino. That's my birth name, birthright. I could grab a birth certificate that I've had since 1963, the year that I was born, So that means I am my own body, and I'm living my own life. And my beginning was when I was born, and that birth certificate is a certificate of authenticity, and that proves, that's evidential. That's evidence that proves I began my life when I was born into the world, and I was held, perhaps if by the ankles, and held upside down and then spanked. The reason why they do the spanking to the little infant body is to get the embryonic fluid outside of its lungs so it can take its first breath. Yeah, that may be so. But was that the beginning of my life? No, of course not. It's just another life. Just as anything else that is born. Just as a puppy, a bunny, a kitten, a bird, any other living thing, any other living animal that apparently appears to arrive. Is there an arrival? Was there an arrival of you into this world? Was there an arrival of me into this world? And when you were born, with your own body, was that your beginning? And will you have an end? Well, yes. In this way of thinking, that's believed. See? And if there's a societal structure, a real societal structure, yes, and there's a real place to go work, a job, a place of employment, yes, that's real. Although we don't hold currency much anymore like we used to, paper money and coins held, in the hand, coins. The currency is digital now. Digital currency. That's why it's so important information regarding data protection. To protect your data. Data is currency. It is. It's digital currency. It's the same. It's the same as holding coins in the palm of your hand, or it's the same as holding paper money, of course. And there's credit cards now. Those credit cards are equivalent to, the coins and the paper money. Digital currency. That's the monetary system, societal structure, and that's the way it's been. What's next? Retinal scans. Oh, they're already doing them. Fingerprints, that's been around a long time as well, but regarding doorways or regarding entrances to buildings and things like that, depending on the level of security required. Retinal scans, fingerprints. Regarding the monitor of a computer, a desktop monitor, eventually, if the technology is permitted to continue, there may come a time when an area of space is utilized. An area of space, or as a projection. And these holographic imageries. Yeah, that's next. Some of the games we see, some of the computer games, advanced ones, really expensive ones, are projecting holograms already. Just like the idea in Star Wars. Could the technology go even further than that? With the idea of Gene Roddenberry's Energizer, where you stand on a pod and you're kind of in an enclosure, and you're standing on the pod. It's going to scatter and redistribute the molecular structure of the body and turn it into photonic lights or tetrahedral photonic light transference or transmigration or transliteration of the very DNA and molecular structure. Very, very advanced. But the ideas are still being entertained regarding teleportation. Teleportation, what is construed as from one point in space and time and then teleporting what is considered the appearance of a body-mind action figure, teleporting it to another location, across the infinite universe to another point, a coordinate. Just as we could look at a map of the world's considered round. Then there's flat earthers as well that believe that the earth is really flat, or like a slab, a giant slab of earth like that, but it's going across this way. It's not round, it's flat like that. See, that idea is still being believed and entertained. So, see, it's all in beliefs and ways of thinking. And there's groups of conscious selves that conjure that and believe that, and they take the beliefs and the knowings, and then they form clubs and form groups that agree with a particular way of thinking of a particular subject or a particular concept. So a concept is taken and it is entertained as a thought form, as a thought pattern, and there is a signature there. There is frequencies, there's a frequency of resonance there. Just as a transmission of a radio signal. Signals, yes, signals that have electromagnetism in them, and there's signatures and information compacted into a frequency of resonance. It's just extraordinary that all the little components of a computer, the manner by which they are put together on a board, electronic motherboard, and each component, each soldered connection on the motherboard serves a various purpose so that it can allocate data onto the software that's going to be, of course those are conduits, aren't they? On a motherboard you have those conduit components. And then you have the visual field. It seems magical that a visual field can be produced and then signals can be transmitted. Even just the simplicity of fiber optics and all that information and broadband, all that data is pumped through fiber optics. And it's pumped through and then it's channeled, and then you have these various terminals and the various these metal boxes that have those terminals that are taking the main signal from the satellite, and that's the server, and it's providing the signal as distribution. It's likened to veins in the human body. You have all these capillaries and veins and that kind of thing. Fascinating, isn't it? Isn't it amazing? This dream, even if it is a dream reality, and not just to say if it is, it apparently appears to be a dream reality. But getting back to the dream reality concept and idea, yes, a dream reality is believed. So that which is believed, and so it is. If a body, mind, action figure entertains a belief, then so it is, that belief. But it's thought to be exclusively in some particular way that's entertained as a thought. Concepts, things like that, ideas, concepts, take your pick. And conscious self can take a pick, but that's not the message of non-duality. Non-separation, that which is inseparable, everything and nothing inseparably, so and not so.
There is nothing wrong with separation.
There's nothing wrong with anything.
And there's nothing right with anything either. Well, you didn't say that. You only refer to wrong. There is no wrong or right, there's neither. Nothing is neither exclusively right, nothing is neither exclusively right, nor is it exclusively wrong. There's just always all ways that are right and wrong. There is no exclusivity of anything that's right. There is no exclusivity of anything that's totally, completely wrong or totally, completely right. It's a full spectrum of absolutely everything. And there are going to be spectrums. There are going to be what apparently appear to be separate wavelengths, separate transmissions, separate bands, bandwidths, frequencies of resonance. Just as you have a radio station and you have a broadcasting radio station on a particular frequency, on the frequency modulation, all the way from the bottom there, the 88.9 at the bottom end of that wavelength, all the way to the top end, up to about, I think it's like 105, isn't it? 105, 107, so somewhere around there. So between those particular frequencies on that frequency modulation wavelength band, there are radio stations broadcasting within it, within those parameters. So you have 88.8 perhaps, or 88.0, and then all the way up to 107.5, 107.9. And so all the stations in between. Using that metaphor loosely, we could construe the manifestations of human corporeal forms that communicate and transmit a signal, a frequency of resonance, taking the apparent appearance of a body mind, compacting it into a point of a frequency of resonance into a little electromagnetic impulse. Taking that little small electromagnetic impulse and compacting that energy field, placing it onto within that bandwidth, or within those frequencies of modulation, the frequency modulation within those particular the frequency range, 88.8 all the way to 107.5. All the stations that are broadcasting in between can be construed as various human corporeal manifestations. So in that way, or that perspective, a scientific perspective, if you will, we could perceive, or we could view the human corporeal form that way, and the differentiations of the appearances, likened to various radio stations on particular points of the wavelength of the band. For example, this manifestation as a frequency of resonance, little points as a radio station, using that metaphor, could be broadcasting at 99.5, and you could be broadcasting 99.6. And then there's another body mind action figure, it's broadcasting on 99.7, and on and on and on. And so that which is visibly observable within those frequency ranges could be construed as what apparently appears to be appearing. And perhaps there may be an invention that could tune in to various frequency ranges of impulses. But the mystery is that although there's an expression of the development of a particular body-mind action figure that's seemingly been taking some time and developing, and then it reaches a certain point, a certain peak where it expresses, and then it begins to diminish the energy and the impulse of how it's been manifesting its energy field. The energy field begins to kind of dim a little bit as more time goes on. So there's some type of entropy obviously going on. It apparently appears to be the integrity of the biological manifestation, it appears, that's temporally temporary, that every 7 years it revives or rejuvenates or replenishes the cellular structure of the human corporeal body mind action figure. And the integrity of every 7 years of replenishment of those cells, the process begins to diminish and wane. Similarly, as a light bulb, and the light bulb is a representation of the body-mind action figure appearance, of the biological action figure, and that the cellular structure that rejuvenates new cells once every 7 years. So at 7 years of age, 14 years of age, rejuvenates new cells. 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 56, 63. And then so on and so forth as it continues on. 7-year intervals, average give and take, maybe a few months here and there. But the depending on the integrity of the cellular structure and the DNA and all that, and then another factor, of course, is the environment. Another factor, of course, is the nutrition of the body and chemicals that are introduced and that might be, either beneficial or kind of harmful towards its longevity. Well, obviously the aging process cannot be reversed, or it could be suspended to a certain degree, but the suspension is brief. And so there's that natural entropy that, there's no fountain of youth. There's yet, of course, with technology they're trying to come up, and with medicine, of course, in the scientific communities are trying to figure out ways to continue to extend life, to extend human life, to extend more time with the visibility of the manifestation of the human corporeal form, and try to keep its life going how, going which way. See, that's the conundrum. I mean, we're trying to describe something that's not permanent. Everything is obviously impermanent, and the setup is this way. And apparently it appears as though there's a planet, an Earth-like planet. It apparently appears to be an infinite universe, and that this Earth-like planet is one of billions and billions of other Earth-like planets. But the space of the infinitesimal complexification is so vast that these points cannot be connected. It cannot, because the expanse is just it's mind-boggling, because a finite mind is trying to comprehend that which is infinite, and no, it cannot perceive in that manner. It cannot understand. It cannot conceive of the infinite, because it is finite. And the finiteness, the finitudinal complexification regarding the manifestation of a human corporeal form, it's finitudinal in the sense that it has parameters, apparent appearance of parameters. Those parameters are the integrity of the entropy, whereby it will not always manifest its human form, and then it continues to appear as though there's a diminishment, wrinkles on the skin, the diminishment of the gradual aging process that happens along with time somehow. In time, somehow, the cellular structure is reacting to some kind of continuum, although there's an apparent appearance as though there's a continuum, as though there's time is going on, and as time is appearing to go on, the cellular structure is going along with time, and that there's some type of entropy or waning or diminishment, a depletion of energy in that process of replenishing new cells every 7 years. And so that process is reduced gradually, and the manner by which that apparently appears to happen is likened to a light bulb, and the current electricity that's going through it is what we are, so to speak. We are the electricity, or we are the energy field that's animating, the animating principle of the appearance of a human corporeal manifestation. And so there are various ways of attempting to explain and describe that which is appearing. But that which is appearing is already It's already always been that way. And then as something appears and then disappears, well, that's been misconstrued as turning that into a subject of birth and death, living and dying, beginning and end. There is none. There is no beginning, there is no end. This is why to say that, oh, somebody's born and somebody dies, no. It's just the appearance of bodies being born and then dying. But the animating principle, the energetic movement, that energy field, that right there is timeless. That's boundless. And however, in whatever manner by which that energy field manifests, again, could be human corporeal, could be something else that we just don't know about. We're just unaware. Nobody really knows. Nobody can return back to say, you know what? I know what it's like in the afterlife. I had glimpses. And there is going to be those stories told. Those experiences allegedly are happening. Even now. Even somewhere on this planet right now. And there's reports. And if you go to nderf.org right now, the near-death studies that are on there, the near-death experiences, the foundation, the afterlife, very similar to the near-death is afterlife experiences. Well, after death experiences, actually, they're called ADEs. So you have near-death experiences, NDEs, you have out-of-body experiences, OBEs, you have after-death experiences, ADEs. And then there's the ones that are congruent with the body-mind is going through the death process, and then there's these family members that are bedside that are experiencing these similar brief moments when there is a loved one that materializes at the foot of the bed, but only the human corporeal body-mind that is going through some kind of process of passing away, or its energy field is about to apparently appear to separate somehow, or leave the cellular structure of the body mind, or you could call it ground crew, or the husk, or just like a car, and the driver of the car is about to step out of the car. So taking that idea of the death process, and you are the driver of the body mind. Yeah, you have C drives, and you have drives in a computer. Well, what's driving it? Well, you need to put some electrical current in order for the entire, computer to operate, right? Well, we're that electricity that's providing, but then we're not only just that electricity energy field, we're also temporarily connecting to the biological manifestation that's appearing. So that's how we are in space and time via the living cells that are comprised of a human corporeal form that's manifesting. But the energy field is tethered with it. Just as you have electricity current running through a computer, that electricity is what we are, in a sense, using that metaphor loosely to say that, okay, this body-mind manifestation is likened to electrical current, but the appearance of the manifestation would be likened to the computer, or let's say a car, and the driver that's behind the wheel of the car is going to carry that car through life, so to speak, and carry it through life, through the life that it believes it's living, where it's experiencing life, as the apparent appearance of time going by. See, so entertaining all of these type of ideas are some of the best explanations, and that's why it takes so much time, and that's why the Gitas are so extensive in the information that's been written in the Gitas and in the Upanishads. So the Upanishads, they're written and described in the Sanskrit, described little characters going from right to left, and those little characters, each little character, it denotes information. But then translating that, the Sanskrit characters, to the English language, that would really be quite an undertaking. But it has been already done with the self-realization book I showed you in the previous presentation, if you've been following this channel. And so that is an attempt to produce these ways of thinking and ideas that are associated with the information that's found in the Upanishads and the Gitas regarding non-duality, non-dualism, that kind of thing. Presence, personal presence, non-personal presence, regarding impermanence, Maya, it's all in the Gitas. So it depends to what degree that the information has been apprehended and has been read, and then taking that information and then it's known, it's knowable to a certain degree, and then that information that was taken on board, so to speak, it's already always self-realized. It had a degree of awareness, degree of consciousness, but even beyond that, the timelessness and the boundlessness of beingness, the isnessing of that which we are, which is an energy field that is mingling with the absolute, no beginning and no end. And trying to place that into words and sentences and in a paragraph and taking the English language, the attempt to do that is very difficult, because we're trying to take that which is infinitudinal complexification without boundaries and timeless, and then trying to turn it into finiteness, taking infinity and trying to turn that into finiteness. And it can't be contained. That which is infinite cannot be contained within parameters of a container of finiteness. No, the information is too free. It's too boundless. It's beyond the parameters of time. And time does apparently appear to have parameters. And those parameters are the indeterminate durations of years that the body, mind, human corporeal manifestation is going to continue to manifest and appear as a reflection in a mirror, an animation of that which apparently appears to be a life form, a human corporeal life form. That's about as concise an explanation that can be stated, but there's still a little bit more involved, but that's kind of touching upon that subject as subjectivity. If we were to take the information that's in the Upanishads and the Gitas and then translate it to this English language, it takes an extensive, first of all, it takes time to explain it, and then the information is there. It's so much information to divulge it, and that's why it's taken so long with these presentations. That's why they're into hours, as long as these presentations have been. There's just so much data, there's so much information to speak of. But it's so much quicker and easier if it's just read. And if a body mind is apprehending information and taking it in, but it doesn't need to store it. It doesn't need to store it anywhere. It doesn't need to store it in its own database. It doesn't have to have its own database to store it. It just spontaneously expresses it and recognizes it. And now that, the spontaneity of spontaneously expressing, that is likened to the tethering with the Absolute, as that blending, coalescing, and mixing is verbing. Yes, the activity of aliveness. Alive to being alive, awake to being awake, aware to being aware. It's the awarenessing, it's the awakeningness, it's the aliveness, the aliveness, isnessing, ad infinitum. I mean, an energy field is going to constantly be redistributed. The redistribution of energy fields. It is thought and believed that in the Gitas it refers to reincarnation, that would be an explanation of reincarnation, that the energy field, it gets recycled. That energy field gets recycled, goes back with the Absolute, to the Absolute. It's still with it right now, but it's just temporarily manifested as a human corporeal form. Mind blown yet? Have you been able to follow? Hell no. Is it a requirement to seek and seek and seek and gather as much information as you can, and then at some point it reaches that point of where it's done so much seeking that that energy field eventually goes, whoa, mind blown. And when that mind blown effect happens, apparently, the mind blown effect happens, apparently, that's the collapse. Where it collapses its story that it was telling itself. The self-conjured conjured self was telling itself that right here, that was the beginning, my body, my head, my everything. My whole body and all that sort of thing. Without going into it anymore, because I've already, I already explained it, but this particular body-mind action figure did go through this information in previous presentations, and was trying to summarize, making every effort in some manner to summarize so much information and try to condense it. It's like taking a novel that's let's say about 5,000 pages of data and information, and then try to condense that. It's just like the Gita. The Gita has extensive information in that book, and then when it was translated from the Sanskrit to the English, lots of data to read. It took years for this particular body mind to do all that research, and so many years of taking all this information and then taking those transliterations and then reaching this point now. It apparently appears to be a point in time, in space and time, whereby it is somehow wound up with supporting the non-duality, the message of Advaita Vedanta. So, not sure how and why. There is no. I can't find. See, this particular body mind cannot find an explanation because there is none. There are no reasons, meanings, or purpose for the Absolute to appear as both real and unreal, both everything and no thing, simultaneously, so and not so. There is nothing meaningful about that. There's nothing purposeful about it. There's nothing reasonable. It doesn't make sense. How can it? How can the Absolute make sense to that which is finite? Because it's infinitudinal. That's why it can't make sense. That's why there's no knowledge base. Now, it leads, the Gita, the Upanishads and Gita can lead consciousness towards a recognition regarding the Absolute that has no boundaries, it's timeless, and it's beyond time, it's beyond space and time. But it reaches that point where there's no parameters, and then it recognizes, oh, okay, it's just the way this simply is. It's simply this. And nobody can claim to get used to it because there's nobody trying to get used to it. They used to think they were. They used to think that there was some type of a spiritual discipline or a spiritual practice to follow in order for this to be simply what it is and is not. It is and is not. We are and we are not. Can anything else be said about that? Stated? Sure it can. Again, there are innumerable ways to describe the Absolute. And descriptions of the Absolute, it doesn't entail the entirety. The totality Absolute, there is no totality Absolute, because it's beyond totality. Although it's absolutely everything and nothing inseparably so, not so, it has no parameters of knowables, because it's also that which is unknowable. So it's both knowable and unknowable. But that which is unknowable cannot be expressed. Unless it's being expressed and it crosses over from that which is unknowable, and then it becomes knowable, but nobody knows. Nobody knows that which is knowable anyway. So there's nobody around to claim that they do know. See? There's a damn stubborn conundrum and paradox of the whole damn thing. Ah, jeez. See, now that is what's considered a cosmic joke. See, and then you have to laugh. Who has to laugh? Nobody has to laugh, but there is laughter. There is laughter 2 by 4 from and about that. That's confronting the absolute. Are there confrontations? There apparently appear to be. Well, again, so many ways to explain that, or to come up with explanations. It just goes on and on and on. Ad infinitum. Always. Always.
Even when I listen to you describing the separation of the individual, it's like for me, it sounds like something wrong that suddenly arises and in a way veils the reality that you're talking about.
Yeah, totally. It's not wrong though. It's just what seems to happen.
It's neither wrong or right. It's neither right or wrong.
That this experience arises.
It's neither.
This
all of it.
illusory experience of separation.
It's everything conceivable and inconceivable. It's both. That which is conceivable and that which is inconceivable. All of it. Nothing left out. Nothing singled out, nothing added to it. It's already whole, complete, and perfect. Just as it is.
This message in general is often heard as negative because it doesn't offer anything to the need of the individual for something to be found,
right,
or something to change.
It doesn't cater to the...
It doesn't offer anything to it.
Yeah.
But in actuality, the message is completely neutral, just as this is. Total equilibrium.
Yeah.
Already.
Balance.
Doesn't need to be done.
Perfect, complete balance. Yeah.
That includes the experience of the individual.
Right. Nothing's excluded. It includes absolutely everything.
So is there anything real in this?
No.
Nothing.
No.
There isn't actually a thing.
Yeah.
So is there anything real in this?
No.
Nothing.
There isn't actually a thing. There aren't actually things.
Is there reality?
No? I'll say there are. There is, just as a need to describe things, but there's no reality. There's nothing that's real. And there's nothing unreal. There's nothing to hold on to. A nail in the sky, that's the me. That's the me. The experience, I think, is very similar to, it has the experience of being the beginning. I know, I am. In the beginning was the word, I am.
So you're taking everything away?
No. There's nobody here taking anything away, and there's nothing here, nobody here not giving anything because I'm evil and mean. There's just nothing here. There's just, but there is, that's just the message. It's just this. It's just the way it is, and isn't.
Just this is it. That's it.
Is and isn't. If you say this is it, it seems to me that it seems like it's perception. This is it. So now I need to be now in what it is. But this is and isn't, meaning there's no end or beginning to it. So there never is anything else. So there's no need to try to be now. There is no now. There's no way for this not to be whole, incomplete. There's just no way.
There is no way because it's always always. See? Another way of putting it. So another way of saying that is that since it's so complete, imperfect, it's not incomplete, and it can appear as though it is, but it's not exclusively complete, and it's neither exclusively complete or inexclusively complete. It's both. Complete and incomplete. It could appear as though it's incomplete. It could also appear as it's complete. But you see, that's absolutely everything. There are no exclusivities. You can't single anything out. It includes concepts about the absolute. Because it's not to, by, for, and from, or about anybody. Never was. So if it's not to, by, for, from, and about anybody, then that also includes anybody's ideas or concepts about it. To, by, for, and from, about that which it believes to be so. Exclusively so. Or exclusively not so. It's neither exclusively so, and it's neither exclusively so, nor is it exclusively not so. It's both. So and not so. Real and unreal. This is why it is said that the absolute is, and it isn't. It is, and it is not. It's not exclusively is. Isn't it seen of everything that is? There's also that which is not. But it's not exclusively either. Exclusively is, and it's not, nor is it exclusively is not. It's both. And that's how and why it is stated that the human corporeal appearance is apparently appearing in space and time, and it's also not of space and time, see? So the manifestation of the human corporeal form is manifesting, yes, just as light, artificial light from a light bulb is emitted off of a filament of a light bulb. But eventually, what happens to the filament? What happens to the light bulb? It eventually pops, doesn't it? It eventually can no longer carry the electricity through the filament. The filament just wears out. It wears out, just as the entropy of the biological form every 7 years it replenishes new cells. That integrity begins to wane. It begins to gradually diminish. It begins to gradually diminish, whereby the life force is no longer quite as strong as it was when it was first manifesting as a human corporeal infant, human corporeal baby. It had plenty of energy. It's compacted energy. A lot of energy was flowing through it. The life force was going through and manifesting through that little energetic appearance of a manifestation. See? But that wasn't the beginning of anybody. Okay? It was just the appearance, and has been the appearance, of a body mind. See, it aged. In space and time, yeah, it gradually aged, and it developed, and it thought it was having its own experiences, but it was just experiences that the body mind was going through. But it took those personally. It took the experiences and life that was going through it. It took that to be personal. But those were really impersonal experiences, but they were really both. They were both personal and impersonal. They still are. Insofar as the body mind is continuing to manifest an appearance of human corporealness, then what goes along with that? Well, the temporal temporariness goes along with it, of manifesting a human corporeal form and then casting a visibly observable reflection in a mirror. But it will not always appear to be that way. Eventually, it will diminish to the point of where it's no longer manifesting a human corporeal form that apparently appears to be alive. Because there's only so many years in time. Now, when we say so many years, it's an indeterminate duration. There's some type of an apparent appearance of a duration. But you see, that's limitation. That's simply describing limitation and parameters regarding the appearance, the human corporeal appearance. Regarding that, it's taking an energy field, a manifestation behind it, in order to appear as a manifestation of a human corporeal form. But that's only for an indeterminate duration in space and time, because it is also not of space and time, and that which we are is not of space and time. We are those energy fields. we're also just temporarily manifesting a human corporeal form. And those human corporeal forms of manifestations are attributed to that which was apparently appearing to be born as a human corporeal form, as an infant, and the birth process, what is referred to as the birth process. So it's called something. See, even the birthing, even the beginning of what's thought to be the beginning of a person, and then the end of a person when it dies, when it's no longer alive, death certificates are issued. So you have birth certificate, death certificate. A newborn. Call it a newborn. So is that an additional newborn added into reality, into the dream? Does it have a point of origin? Does it come from anywhere in particular? Anywhere in the infinite universe? No. No, you see, the energy field that eventually manifests as a little human corporeal body mind action figure, little infant, it's manifesting that way. But the energy field behind it comes from nowhere, out of nothing. And the body mind action figure is trying to understand that they cannot comprehend it. It's incomprehensible. Where and from where and how? How and why is that? That an energy field can come out of nowhere from nothing. How is that? It's unknowable. It's incomprehensible. It will always be unknowable. And yet, the astrophysicist is going to try to come up with a theory to figure that out. And it's going to claim that when it is no longer manifesting a human corporeal form, that form is just a temporary temporal avatar. That it is just likened to, in a video game, it is just a projection. That's all it is. It's an energy field, but it's just projecting. It's projecting an avatar. It's projecting a character. It's a projection. It's a holographic projection of an energy field. And it just happens to be appearing as human corporeal because it is called that. It's believed to be named that and categorized that. So you see, the English language is attributed to cognizing and knowing. Knowledge. A knowledge base of knowing information. Taking information that's in formation of a manifestation and then turning that into a knowledge base. Turning that into a knowing. So this is where it all stems from, the hand in hand of knowing, of knowledge, and academia, and learning, and teaching. Teaching and learning. Passing it along to what apparently appears to be a newborn. And then when it develops enough, that its mind develops enough, see? And when we call it its mind, then we name it. Then we name it a certain name. We say, did you know you have a mind of your own? I'm going to teach you this so you can know it. So you can learn that, see? Every single body mind is introduced into what's apparently appearing to be a permanent reality, a permanent life, where a beginning can happen to a person and an end can happen to a person. Neither is so. It is so that way, but it is also not so. It is also not that particular way. So that which has been explained as an explanation of a concept, an idea of a beginning and an end of a person, of an individual, of a body-mind, and that within those body-mind action figures there is an entity that can be called someone, that can be named someone. Yeah? And that energy field has a name. No, it doesn't need one. Because it's already blending with the absolute anyway. It's already just an appearance. But these appearances have been taken and construed as though there's permanence there. A degree of something that's permanent, and then that there's a beginning and end, and it's taking time, although it's an illusion, and creating parameters where there were no parameters before. It's like a construct. It's constructing a construct. Taking a third dimensional realm and calling it third dimension, a third dimension, calling it that. That there's three dimensions that are perceived and conceived by a body mind action figure. And these perceptions and that which is conceived are original conceptions and concepts and thoughts and ideas that are original 2x4 from and about itself. This is how the self-centered nature develops, along with just simply an appearance of a body, mind, action figure. It takes it upon itself to say, well, I know now. I'm learning this. I'm learning about life, so I'm going to be gradually learning about my own life, and then along with that, I'm going to learn how to be part of society. I'm told it's a societal structure. I'm going to school. It's mandatory. I have to go. I may not want to. It's not quite as fun as staying home and playing out in the playground, or flying a kite, or playing marbles, or riding my bicycle, or riding a wagon, or the big wheel, and so forth and so on. I'd rather play toys, stay home, play toys. Play with my toys and have fun. Enjoy life. Now, why do I have to go to school? Why do I have to learn this, that, and the other? See? Then it begins to question about its own life. It's, do I really have my own life to live? Well, if I do, why can't I choose what I want to do? Well, I'm told I can, that I have a certain degree of freedom, but that my freedom is limited to what the rules and regulations I need to follow, the certain laws. I'm learning that there's certain laws, regulations, rules I have to follow and I abide by. I have to be in abidance with that, and see? And so there's where the separation begins. There's where another way of separation happening right there. And we're just lightly touching upon the subject, and lightly touching upon just one of innumerable ways to explain this. To explain what apparently appears to be going on. Are you living your own life where you believe you live? And are your eyes watching this presentation, are those your eyes you were born with? Right? And you're going to die with those eyes. Is that it? So what you are is just your separate body that you were born with. And you believe that your beginning of your life, that you call your own life, with your own body, started and began when your mother conceived you. You were born, and she held, and she actually fed you when you were a little fetus in her womb. You were getting the nutrition, whatever she ate, you ate. Yeah? And you were connected with that umbilical cord, the belly button. And then when you were born, the birthing process happened, and then you were introduced into this reality, this world. Is this a permanent reality? Is this always going to be the way that it appears to be? It's just a temporary appearance. This is how and why it's described as a dream reality, as a dream world. But there are dreams within dreams as well. So that which is conceived and thought to be believed is a dream within this awakened dream. This is a dream as well, but it's a broad awakened dream that apparently appears to be a shared reality dream. Dreamlike reality frame. Third dimensional construct. Call it what you might. Call it what you could. But it doesn't apparently appear to be in some exclusive way. Which is getting back to how and why no two body minds can ever agree on any particular subject. No two body minds can see eye to eye and interpret exactly the same precise way and approach to that which is being witnessed. You know why that is? It's because it's always. It's not a particular way. Nothing is a particular way. Absolutely everything and no thing is inseparably so and not so, and it includes any and every single way that can ever be conceived. And those ideas and concepts of thought forms and thought patterns that are inconceivable. Both. That which is conceivable and that which is not conceivable. Both simultaneously. Yes. It boggles the mind that believes it has a mind of its own, and there's the body mind right there. Again, it's just a manifestation of body mind, but then it takes it upon itself to conjure. It cannot seem to help itself. Apparently appears to be what happens. And so in its innocence, and in that innocence and simplicity of innocence, it's already naturally mingling, coalescing, and blending with the Absolute all along. And then there were impositions. Yes, it was imposed upon. The innocence, there was an intrusion. You could describe it that way. One could describe that way. That there was an intrusion upon the innocence. Which could be why there was that one statement that was once said and stated by Yahashua, by the teacher of righteousness, master of justice. Once said, there were so many sayings in the world but not of the world. That's one of the main ones. Coincides with the non-duality message. But in order to be within the mansion and within the house, within the Father's house, which means that's the infinite universe. Within my Father's house there are many mansions. So that could be construed and interpreted as though the infinite universe is that house, and all the many mansions are all the different dimensions, and all the different probable dimensions are mansions. And all the various frequencies of resonance and frequency ranges and all the different impulses throughout the infinite universe could be those many mansions. Could be. Possibly. Could be. That thought's been entertained before, just as the same thoughts that are entertained with the birthday and birthright of Dr. Thomas Campbell with his big theory of everything. But everything, he calls the infinite universe, he calls that finite. He says it's a finite universe, that it has barriers, that it has parameters, it has partitions and limitations, and that it's called an LCS, larger consciousness system, and that each appearance of a body-mind is likened to an avatar in a video game, and the law or the rule, the main rule of this video game of life is try to stay alive and reduce as much entropy as possible. That way, next time it has its next life, that it will take that information and try to improve without causing too much entropy. And the entropy would be going against the flow of the program, whatever that program might be. And what is running the program of the infinite universe? The Absolute. The Absolute is the programmer. And so there's that idea of the matrix as well. The programmer in part 3. See, another way, another one of so many other ways to explain or to come up with some information about that.
What do you mean by the word real? Real? Separate. Separate, solid, knowable, conceivable. Substantial.
What we are talking about can't be understood by me, I guess.
There's bits. The concepts I find actually straightforward
You
and
find?
simple. But what's being pointed to?
What do you mean you find? What are you finding? Oh, you found something, Jim? You can't tell me. What did you find? Did you find anything exclusive? Well, are you going to share that? See? you found. You don't find anything, Jim, do you? Of course not. So why do you speak in that manner, that way? I mean, every statement that you're stating in there, it is being carefully listened to. It really is. I mean, there are some questioners right there that are not that level of they're not at that level of listening. Because there are different levels of listening. There are, just as there are different levels of observation. To observe, okay? So even among these Neo-Advaitins that we refer to as Neo-Advaitins. Now I say Neo-Advaitins, it's the same as the gurus of the ancient traditions of India of 1,000 years ago that were guruing, and they still are, you know, all the different ashrams, the devotees that are there, the meditative practices and all the chanting, and then spending, you know, years and years in Tibet or going through the same motions as the body minds of the Siddhas, the ones that wandered the wilderness. Those were the very first Upanishads, brought the very first Upanishads and recorded them and turned them into teachings. Those very first Upanishads were simply words of mouth. We're simply taking the Sanskrit language and then telling the stories of the journeys that they had in the wilderness, when they left the cities, when they left the towns, and they wandered. And what they did, the intention was to self-realize, to study the self. Self-inquiry. That's what was sought. Although the seeker is the sought, they did seek. And what they were seeking, they did not recognize was that which is already sought. So in other words, the seeker is the sought. So there's nothing to seek. But the act of seeking was thought to be a necessary act that was necessary in order to reach enlightenment. In order to find it, that it's as though it was separate from the self. In other words, the self was separate, and that it was separate from all these other selves. That it looked around it and it saw other people around and thought, oh, these are different individuals. They look different than I do. Different color hair, different lengths, different gender, all kinds of differences, of differentiations. He goes, why so many differentiations? Well, part of the absolute. Absolutely everything is going to appear as not only absolutely everything, but everything that is meant to manifest or was meant to be manifesting. So many ways to look at this, but yeah, it's true. I don't know any better than Jim. Jim doesn't know any better than I. But see, I am not a separate I. I'm not a separate me. I just appear to be. And so the same with the action figure, the body-mind action figure, so named, the birth name and birthright of Jim Newman here, and the satsangs that he holds, and he presents in using certain key phrases and words of the English language. This particular Neo-Advaitin, so-called the Neo-Advaitin, but the differences are quite obvious. Distinctions are quite obvious, but they're going to be pointed out anyway. First of all, since the commentary of his YouTube, Jim Newman's YouTube channel is disabled, so more reason to mention commentary here. And then this could be taken out into live streams on the internet, which will eventually be entertained. Just building up the content with these presentations so that enough coverage regarding the Neo-Advaitin message of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, has been covered. the full gamut, as up to a certain point, and just about reaching that point now with this presentation. So after this, we could consider going live on YouTube or Facebook or both. Just because, of course, normally it should already be that way, shouldn't it? Whereby it's already set up. YouTube and Facebook both have the capacity whereby a live stream could be run through either YouTube or a live stream through Facebook. Might try one or the other, or both, eventually. It's just the body mind finding the time. Some body minds don't have that much time because of the predicaments of the situations they may appear to be in. Family, raising children, and so many hours that they go to a job, and then there's others that don't have the equipment for whatever reason. They don't choose to, or they have yet to figure out taking a cam, and taking a desktop computer, and then figuring out how to use a program that will bring up the video as well, that's what we're referring to here. Let's just continue here with this satsang and see what else is mentioned.
Can't be understood. What's being pointed to is all-encompassing. So there is no way to get outside of it, to point to it or understand it. But the concepts are simple.
They're so simple. They make it difficult. The eye makes it difficult. Because it's so simple.
Well, what I think not difficult, I think the eye makes it complicated.
You think the eye makes it complicated? You think the eye makes it complicated? No. Why think that the eye does anything, complicates or makes it complex or does whatever it thinks it's doing? No, if you think that, because he's just said you think. So if you think, as you said, I think, no, it's not in the thinking. It has nothing to do with the absolute. So to claim and say, well, you know what, I think this about this, and I think that about that. I think about this and that. It's not in the thinking. Thinking has nothing, cognition, thinking, conscious, has nothing to do, knowing, see? Cognition, thinking, and knowing, that's all hand in hand. But that has nothing to do with the message of Advaita Vedanta. It really doesn't. Wonder how many conjured cells would pick up, are picking up on that, or have picked up on that. We'll never really know, because the commentary is disabled, see, so.
My experience, I am's experience is I am the center of the universe.
Yeah.
The universe. I'm also the most important person in the world.
What world?
So that my position is very complex in the world. So I have to go save the earth and the whales. Have to be a good person, vote for the right party, vote all these, be informed, etc., etc., eat the right kind of food and the right kind of rice, and in nearby you don't want to buy anything from overseas because you got to be a good person. It's a very complex and complicated reality, trying to make the experience of separation good or better. And it just applies that to everything.
Yeah.
It's actually, this isn't a judgment, but it's arrogance. It arrogates the entire appearance to itself as though it has something to do with it.
Or it creates conditions. The conjured self's very conditional because it believes it's going to get something out of its own life. It's going to be rewarded because it learned that. It learned that ever since it was doing this. And then when it cried, because it was hungry, and when it cried, the parent came over and fed it, make sure it had some food and nutrition. So then it learned that. So it started learning that kind of association, that if it cries, it's going to get fed. So that's how it began to become conditional. See? So rewards. If I do something, if I go after something, if I react a certain way, I'm going to get a reward. Or a want and a need that needs to be fulfilled. And what are the necessities? Eating, food, shelter, the basics. So how do I acquire those basics? Well, then they're telling me that if I go to school and I learn all about society and I learn history and I do good, if I do good grades, I'll get rewarded for that, first of all. If I do good grades, then I can spend more time on the internet or on my device, my laptop, or on my mobile phone, take selfies and whatnot. Oh, those type of things. Those are rewards. But if I'm not good, they're going to take my games away or my mobile phone away for a while, and I won't get to play on that. The things that I enjoy doing, if I'm not going to school or doing my homework. So do your homework, get good grades, you'll get rewarded. So, go through that. And if it does get good grades, because it applies itself, it does the best it can to learn. Hopefully it has no learning deficiencies, because if it does, it's going to be that much tougher for that particular conscious self to get through the academia, through school, through various grades. But if it does, it somehow adapts, doesn't it? It learns. So it's all about learning. Learning experiences, personal experiences. I'm learning. See, it learns at the very, very early stages of its innocence. And that's how its innocence gets to become a becoming of something else, of an individual, as a very special individual. Go to school, learn, get good grades. Be a good person. Yeah. Spiritual teachings, yeah, right. Oh, self-improvement, yes. Make the right choices. Yeah, make the right choices because you have free will and choice now. But you are conditioned to believe that. So, when I say you are conditioned, there is a body-mind action figure that begins to believe that it is separate from everybody and everything else, and that it needs to learn certain things about life and then become part of society, and then it goes on and on like that, see? So, that's how it all started. All the conditions. So it believed in conditional things. And then as it did that, it began to separate and become and then begin to entertain its own ideas that were thought to be original ideas. And then there's opinions. And then a body-mind's opinion was thought to be an original opinion of its own. And so it began to share it. Now we have the internet and it can share its opinion with others. And then it can group together with other body-mind action figures that have their own opinions, and then they find out, well, hey, your opinion sounds very much like mine. Let's join up and create a web page, and let's do that. Let's create a Facebook page, and let's create it and call it something. Call it some kind of group, an organization. And then there's meetups. There's meetup groups where people meet up, and then there's a website for that, and then now there's a charge, there's a fee to keep that particular website going, and it just goes on and on. See, because they figure out a way to incorporate that to become an economically viable type of thing. The viability of the economy begins to expand when there's more services and more activities that a body-mind action figure can engage upon, because it's all about the doing, isn't it? So if it's all about the doing, what else what else is going to be going on, or apparently appear to be going on? There's life. Yeah, life is going on, but am I living my own life? Oh no, both's happening at the same time, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. So I'm living my own life, and then you're living your own life, and we are living our lives. Yeah. So it's a shared reality, and we're all living a life in one big happy human species around the world. So let's all unite. Let's all unite on the internet, and we're all going to get along. But there's not enough time. No, there's not enough time to do all that. Not everybody can be your friend. Although we would like to see that, we'd like to see the unity and the harmony throughout the planet, throughout the earth. One big, happy human species, all getting along with each other. No more separation, no more boundaries, no more racial discriminations, you know. No more discriminations whatsoever. We are all earthers. We're all human beings. The differences are visible, but we don't have to focus on those. We don't have to, because we lived long enough to notice that, you know what, you might look different than I do, and you might have your own different opinions and all that sort of thing, but you know what? There are a lot more similarities about us than the differences. What are the similarities? Just the human corporeal form alone. And it doesn't matter what color that skin is, or the height, or the weight, the appearance. Doesn't matter any of those appearances. Appearances don't really matter. They never did. Oh, is it about good looks? Oh, well, that's what they say in Hollywood. Well, I'm going to be on the big screen. If I'm going to be a famous person, people are going to look at me. I'm going to have to really be concerned about my looks and my thought. How I appear. I better get some work done. I have to look a certain way. Models, especially the female models, they're the ones that have the most pressure, because if they're going to start at an early age, like in teenage years, man, they have to keep their weight way down. They have to look like freaking toothpicks, so to speak. Very thin and frail and malnourished, almost. And this is what's caused in society with poor, females. I mean, these poor body minds, where they thought they had to look in a certain way, and anorexia happened. Anorexia developed based on this strong urge and necessity and need for models to appear in a particular way to, display a clothing line, designer clothes and things like that. And so, created that in society. Oh, there's all types of things. I mean, not even going to go into all those. But just to simply mention regarding the differences of whereby any thought that's entertained, any concept, any idea that's entertained, no two people very rarely agree on any particular subject and opinionate on something that was seen in Facebook or in YouTube or a movie that was watched. I saw this other movie the other day, and I'm going to describe this. Or even even out in public places, and let's say car accident, or you're involved in a car accident, or you witness a car accident happen, and then you have 12 different people that are bystanders, and they all saw something different. Or another example is you can go to a museum, and there's this big mural, big painting, and there's a lot of different things going on in the painting, a lot of different scenery of a whole bunch of different people, and there's a village, and there's all these different people. There's just hundreds of them, and they're all painted on this painting, and they're all doing something a little bit different, little activities. One is bouncing a ball, another one is reading a book, leaning against a tree, and all these different things. And it's one big panoramic view of a painting. Now, get a group of 12 people, and they're all looking at the painting at the same time. Each person that's viewing and witnessing and looking at and gazing upon that painting is going to pick up a little bit something different. And even though they pick up on something different, they're going to describe that in their own unique way, in their own original way. So the diversity, the innumerable differences, and the diversity of all the billions of human corporeal body minds that each have their own unique opinion, and then they find like for like. They find that there are others that express in a very similar way, not quite exactly, but close. So then the clubs are formed, then the groups are formed, and And that's why it happens. And that's why they enjoy that. Why? Because they feel like they belong. You know, a body-mind action figure does not want to feel alone. It wants to feel like it's loved or it belongs, or not. You know, not loved in a certain conditional way. Even unconditional love is fine. That's okay. That's a good thing. Doesn't have to be, but it is. So, it's perceived. Is it personal? Well, yeah. Conscious self takes things personally. What do you mean takes things? Well, you know, the reactions of people. That's the main thing. Uh, the conscious self wants to be loved. It wants to be felt like it's needed or wanted or worthy of simply being alive. It wants to feel like it's uh, not necessarily purposefully alive, but it wants to be noticed, doesn't it? Sure, the conscious self wants to be noticed to some degree. And then if it's going out and it's doing things and it's believing in that conditional responsiveness that if I do such and such activities, I'm going to get rewarded for this. And so I better look for some areas of my life, and so that I can get the rewards, reap the rewards of my work, of what I do, what I know. I'm going to acquire a skill somehow, somewhere. I'm going to find an employer that will pay me some kind of monetary compensation for the work that I'm doing, and so I'm going to apply myself the best way I can. See, and it goes like that. There's that learned responsiveness that's going on, the exchange, the learning. See, the learning and the teaching, that's conditional. See, getting back to that conditional response, conditional responses. And so the conscious self lives in that kind of world of duality where if I apply myself and if I do something, if I'm engaged in an activity, I'm doing it, then I know I did good. I know I did well. Or if I did bad, then I need to improve on some kind of activity, some kind of action. I need to work on that. So I need to focus. I really need to notice and see, well, what did I do there, here, there, or somewhere else, or in some area, or some kind of activity. Am I noticing what I need to notice, so I can improve on what I'm doing, so I can be a better employee, so I can be more useful and productive in the job or in the role that I am expected to fulfill. Yeah. Well, see. That's the type of life that the conscious self had learned and has learned in society. And that's just touching upon just these few areas,
And so anything like this, it likes to make it really complicated because it's convinced that the solution to itself must be really complex and complicated. So it has a Jesus and a Buddha and a Ramana Maharshi and whoever else you can think of. The really big people who were more like God than people. Because that's what would have to happen to you for this to be all right. That's the idea. Got to become enlightened. It can't be just this. It can't be that simple.
It's arrogant and funny.
Yeah, it's the biggest joke, a cosmic joke, absolutely.
Yeah, but you still have your story.
No, nobody has a story.
Yeah, but knowing what you know, how do you live your
This is
life?
not coming from knowledge.
You're talking to us.
Well, I'm not actually. Nobody ever knows this. Nobody knows there's no one. Nobody knows that this is a paradox. Nobody knows that this is wholeness and complete and free. Nobody. Nobody gets it.
Another way of saying that is that, well, this new Advaitin, this particular new Advaitin, birth name, birthright, Richard Trevino, would simply answer to that or react to that or make a statement to this effect that Yeah, nobody speaking to nobody else, simply because it's only thought to be that particular way. That there are body mind action figures with birth names and birthrights that are separate from everybody and everything else, and that this is a shared reality, and it's a permanent reality, physical, and that this particular body mind action figure, its birth name is birthright. Its beginning was when it was born. It had a beginning with its birth certificate of authenticity. It had a timestamp on there. There was a place, fixed position in space and time. There was a place, Torrance, California. That was a certain time frame, Pacific time zone. But of course, there's these other time zones, and these are known as time zones because we believe they are in agreement. Societal structure. And see how it kept going on, and then I know because I remember. I have a memory of my own. Okay? I remember the past, and I'm pictured as a body in the past, but that was me. It still is me, but I appear differently because my body has matured. It has grown. It has grown through time. As time has gone on, my body grew, developed. The different glands cause the biological processes. But this is still my body anyway because I claim it is. I'm told that it is. I'm told that we have our own body. I learned that. See, the teachings and the learnings and the beliefs. I believe in everything I've been told because I know it. And then even the religious beliefs. You have to rely on those that know better than you. Yeah? Because they are ordained. You're ordained pastor. You're going to that church every Sunday. That ordained pastor knows more than you do. And he's going to tell you like it is what happens to you after you die. Because he knows that. Because he's been there. He died. And then he came back. And then there's a story. These stories, these depictions of these avatars, they're just stories. They were observed, but the observations of what they were observing were misinterpreted, misinterpretations. Again, that easily occurred and happened. Why? Different versions of different stories, different historical backgrounds of historians telling their own version of history. There are many different stories of the history of the earth, just as there are many different innumerable stories of each particular body mind that believes they're separate with their own story. With their own story to tell. And the earth has its story to tell. But on behalf of the earth, the historians are telling that story. The history of the earth. So there's one interpretation, one version of the story of Earth, and then there's another version of a body mind's own interpretation and version of their own life as a story. Once upon a time. No. There are no separate times that an event happened once upon. Really. Think about that. Break all that down. Consider it. You don't even have to think about it, but analyze it, scrutinize, study it, question, look into it, but look into it deeply. Don't just go, oh, well, maybe it might be this way, that way. No. Go all out with it. All out with everything. And then once you do that, you're not really doing it. But once you seemingly approach, absolutely every idea, thought, and concept that's out there, then a recognition. I go, okay. So that's how it happened. And that appears to be the cause and the reason why. Although there are no reasons. The reasons were conjured. Although there is no meaning, reason, or purpose for the absolute to appear as absolutely everything, both everything and no thing, and separately so and not so, there are still approaches. And these seeming approaches are seemingly so and not so, simply because there is the appearance of the human corporeal form that has an opinion, and it thinks, and it perceives, and it interprets. Therefore, not only is it going to interpret its own life based on what it believes it knows and what it believes it can recollect, it can recall. It goes back in its own mind, and it believes it's its own mind, and it extracts memories. And it takes those memories of the past, of what it believes to have been a past, because it used to exist in the past. So it's going to take those memories of certain things that happened that were very impressionable, such as accidents. Something that had a great impact to, by, for, from, and about itself. So an accident is going to be something more, have a greater impact on its own mind. It's going to believe its own mind is that it's recalling the memories that it contains in its own mind. It's going, oh, okay, I fell off that tree and man, did it hurt. I can still remember how it felt, but I was a younger version of myself. Do you see how that could go? And how that can be interpreted in so many different ways. A story could be told. Once upon a time? Really? What happened upon some time? Nothing. Nothing happens upon any time. So let's take a story. The narrator of a story is that conjured self that's the narrator of its own version of a story. So it's going to tell its own autobiography about itself. To, by, for, from, and about itself. Here's my version. Here's my take on my life. You want to hear it? You have some time? Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll write a book about it. It'll be a book about myself. And I'll put the title with my name. I'm the publisher of my own book. I'll put my name on it. And that personalizes it. It'll have its own ISBN number, its own copyright. And my version of my own story is very special, very unique. Nobody else can tell my story the way that I can. See? Then that terminal uniqueness right there starts to set in, rolls back in. Then the conjured self begins to conjure that terminal uniqueness, and it starts adding to its own story. Especially if it hasn't recognized that it's not separate from everybody and everything else. If it still believes it is separate, it believes that it's separate from everybody and everything else, it's going to go on with its story. It's going to continue to write new chapters every year. Fictitious. It's a work of fiction. Every body mind's life, every action figure's life is a work of fiction. Stories. Fictitious. They're not true. It doesn't matter either way, even if they were true. It doesn't matter if they're true or not true. They're just stories, accounts. An account of what was believed to be a life of one's own. The conjured self will say, you know what? I can remember when this and this happened on such and such date, and I felt a certain way, and this was going on. Oh, that was far more than just those particular little incidents that are so insignificant in a single body, mind, action figure's life. How is that more or less significant than some other body, mind, action figure's experiences of what apparently appear to be experiences of one's own personal experiences? Nothing's really personal. To, by, for, from, and about the conjured self. It's only significant if it is believed, if it is thought to be significant. Then that conjured self's a legend in its own mind. See, it believes it's more important than somebody else. Or maybe even less significant. More significant or less significant than that person, or maybe a little more than that other one. And then, wait a minute, there's another person, another example, see? And it just goes on and on comparing. It begins to compare what is believed to be its own life with other people's lives because it believes in that separation. It believes that there are separate people in the world and that I need to compare myself to, by, for, from, and about them and myself and the differences. And that's how I'm supposed to live my life. I'm supposed to go based on what I see, what I witness with my own eyes, not these eyes that I feel that are my own, but they're not. See, you're not that, but then the conjured self thinks in terms of, well, my own eyes, my own lives. See, they're my eyes because it's my body, like that. Yeah, it's my body, my life to live, and it's my body to treat however I wish to treat it and put it through whatever experiences that I'm going to experience. I'm going to do whatever I want to with it because it's mine, and I can. And all these other body minds tell me I can. But then to a certain degree, though, because you need to follow laws of decency and morals. Morals and laws of certain, there's certain lines that you don't cross. That's what you're told. That's what you learn. You learn you got to be a decent person. You can't be a profane person. You don't want to upset anybody else. You do not want to intrude on somebody else's privacy. Yep, the body mind used to live in America, and there's certain words that used to pronounce privacy. But no, you're in the United Kingdom now, it's privacy. Oh, and the body mind needed to learn and adjust. And it used to say the word aluminum. No, they're telling us here in the United Kingdom it's aluminium. And the town that's spelled D-E-R-B-Y is Derby. It's pronounced Darby, like D-A-R. But no, it's spelled D-E-R. It should be pronounced Derby. No, it's Darby. Okay. All right. Not going to argue with that. See? So, it's things like that, although they can be construed as silly. And it is silliness. At the end of the day, all of that doesn't really matter. But do you see? You notice how society is? They could be quirky like that. Certain cultures, certain ways of living, certain expressions. You just use it in the English language. Certain words can be pronounced, identified, such as, I'll give you another example. In America, a cookie's a cookie. But no, in the United Kingdom, it's a biscuit. And then in America, the Sunday morning biscuit that's fluffy, and it's baked in the oven, and it's a mix called Bisquick, and just thick and fluffy biscuits, and you put butter on it. Those are good, but those are biscuits. No, here they're scones. And biscuits are cookies here in the United Kingdom. A cookie's a cookie in America, but no, a cookie over here is a biscuit. And then a biscuit that's in America is not a biscuit, it's a scone. So it goes on and on. And then French fries. No, the only French fries come from McDonald's because, of course, that's an American company that's brought over the United Kingdom. But, however, no, those are chips. Yes, you have your fish and chips. But wait a minute. In America, a potato chip is a potato chip. It's not a potato. See? It's not. A potato chip is a potato chip. No. Then it changes over here in the United Kingdom. No, it's a crisp. A potato chip is a crisp. And a chip is a French fry. No, it's not just a French fry. Well, in America, a French fry is a French fry. You don't look at it as a chip because a chip's a chip, which is a crisp over here. So it goes on and on like that. So there's these differences. You could look at it in a silly way. It could be, humorous, funny, oh, well, haha, whatever. But still, the point is there a point to all this? No, it doesn't have to be. All right? Those are differences. Vive la différence, like they say in ho in France. But no. See, interpretation. There it is again. How do you interpret life in general? Do you interpret life in general? It's going to appear a certain way, so you're going to opinionate. And this body mind tries to cater to the immediate area of its environment and the people that are expressing. So it tries to put on a work face, but it tries to be happy, positive, and it does the best it can to get along with the employees there. It does the best it can. It doesn't want to come out and say and think in terms of, oh, well, I'm very special. I'm from America. You Brits, you need to recognize that. No, of course not. Hell no. It's stupid. That's foolish to think that way. Do not. And definitely do not want to come across that way. If I were to choose to come across some way as an American from America here in the United Kingdom, I would simply just be humble and realize and recognize that, you know what? I'm no more special or no more unique than any other American from America if they happen to move over here in the United Kingdom and live in Peterborough, and integrate with the culture here. It's lovely. No, I have nothing but positive and good things to say about it. I don't care what any other, British national and English person that's been raised here in Peterborough and they think it sucks and it's boring because they've never been anywhere else and that's just how they feel about it. No, I don't have anything negative to say about it. Really don't. Because overall, the environment here is a lot more gentler, it's kinder, and more fair. In America, sorry. Cutthroat industry, jobs, competitiveness, oh, serious. And man, it's no wonder people are more paranoid and schizophrenic in America compared to here in the United Kingdom. As far as the workplace, man, I'm telling you. Oh, I'm telling you, if people that were born and raised here in the United Kingdom only realized, recognized, and knew what it was really like in the workplaces over there, I don't think it's changed. It's extremely competitive. And man, they watch every little move that you're doing. If you're going to compare contact centers, for example, a lot more strict. I don't even want to go into that because that's so extraneous and that's so outside the realms of trying to bring it back into examples regarding what's mentioned in these various satsangs with non-duality and that kind of thing. So, but it's just the mind can go off that way. See, as far as the stories that he can tell. See, but you're not that. I'm not this. I'm not these memories and all that. That's not me. These are just memories of this body mind action figure that went through those experiences. And it called it its own life. That's the life of what we're not. The life of what you're not, too, is all about that action figure, that body mind that you've been carrying around, that you believe you're carrying around. It's just a manifestation. It's just an appearance. But it's not thought that way. See, that's it. That's the conundrum. That's the rub. That's the kicker. The kicker is in the thinking and in the beliefs of those thoughts that are entertained. How? How are those thoughts approached and how are those entertained? Are they claimed as one's own thoughts and the experiences of a past that it went through when it was a younger version of itself? Yes, the body-mind definitely had a more vibrant and lively version of itself. But as it's aging, it begins to change in such a way where it identifies with those changes and then it opinionates about those changes of how it feels about it. It has certain feelings about it, certain thoughts and ideas, so it entertains them because it's so new, it's so different. It's confronting a stage, if you will. It apparently appears to be a stage. Every 10 years. Well, every 5 years. Well, every year that goes by. All the changes it's been through, and it looks back on the past, it looks back at its life. It has more past of what it believes its own life to review than it does to look forward to in the future. But you see, that's the thing, that's the rub. Also, there's the kicker. There is no past, and there is no future. There's only thought to be a past and a future. See, it's only in the thinking. And it's only in the beliefs, believing that time is real. And that I only have so much time left to live. And then it starts spinning that way. It starts thinking in terms of its mortality. Because it knows it only has so many years to go. Oh, that's a cheerful subject to talk about now. It's you're gonna die one day. How do you like them apples? No. No. Oh, man. See, it all depends, I guess, upon outlook. I guess you could look at it that way as well. One could. One could look at it that way and entertain that idea of outlook. Is it a positive one or is it a negative one? Can you choose either one and go with that? Sure. Would it not be easier to have more of a positive outlook on a future life that you have yet to live and just take it day by day? Why worry about the future because you don't know how it's going to turn out? You wouldn't want to know, would you? Would you want to know the very day and how and the manner by which you're going to pass away? How that body? No, that body mind doesn't want to know that. It wants to keep trying to extend its life, if anything. Flappity flap flap. Don't you flappity? I heard you flappity. I got a staffy, and I know a lot of dogs. I've heard a lot of dogs do that. But when they have the flappity ears and they shake their heads, And it almost looks like a defiant thing, but it's not. And he comes up lowering its head because it knows I'm the alpha dog, the alpha butt up. Who's the alpha butt up? Huh? So gentle the Staffy is, but man, don't piss him off. Oh man, don't be a stranger in this house. I'm telling you. Remember the last time the meter reader, before we got the smart, they call that smart meter, where it's all digitized now, isn't it? But before that, reading the heating, it was British Gas reading the heating consumption. But anyway, oh no, it was a home inspection because the letting agency, Smart Move, they sent somebody out because they have to do a routine inspection, just make sure everything's up to par, up to code, and it was passed. Everything passed, and so. And there was some papers we had to sign to extend the contract for another year. You can go with the 6 months. Might as well go with a year. It's easier that way, anyway. So, he's gentle and everything, but poor butt up. Speaking of longevity, you don't have much life to go either, do you? Poor thing. See, but notice that. Just notice that the dogs don't worry about that. They don't worry about, oh, am I going to play Bali again? Yeah. Do you? You don't think about that. Unless I bring it up, and then you want to play. Where's the Bali? Where is it? Where's the Bali? Get it. Go get it. Where's the Bali? Get the Bali. Anyway, Staffy Oscar, he loves to fetch the ball. So it's playtime whenever the missus is at work over at Asda. Just home shopping. He picks grocery orders for people that order on the Asda website for home delivery. And so it's a bit boring here. So we try to entertain ourselves, by creating these presentations. And so, he brought the ball ropey, so we're gonna play a little tug of war. Drop it, 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 drop it. Tug of war. Anyway, let's get back to, we're halfway through this particular sign recording. This was the Neo Advaitins, the birth name, birthright of Jim Newman, was in Amsterdam recently. And this was placed onto the his channel, Jim Newman's channel, and it says here, Friday of a weekend meeting in Amsterdam, questions and answers. Next meetings 2019 October in Switzerland, and then in November it'll be in Chicago. I'm going to look forward to those two because this particular body mind action figure, I really enjoy the critique and providing critique, as I have yet to see any other presentations this way where they take other Neo-Advaitins, other non-duality speakers, and then refer to that, and then even the attendants, some of the attendants that have questions, even also comment on those. So it's kind of another way of sharing, going about doing that, other than holding, a live satsang, that kind of thing. It's just an easier way of going about doing that. But considering the live streams, I don't know about those, because with the live streams, it's just not as I don't think they really cater enough to the satsang setting. Satsang setting online with a video like that, no, it's not quite the same as the standard one where it's live and you're right there with the other body mind action figures, the other people, the other conjured selves that are, that are attending the satsang, right there, the confrontational, that right there, you're going to get the most effectiveness out of the satsang. And when I say effectiveness, the full effects, the full a direct hit of the non-duality message. But the interaction, the interplay between the Neo-Advaitin and the conjured self is kind of in a different, it's a different setting there. You don't really get the full impact. I think you know what I'm trying to say. But anyway, let's see if we can get some more of this satsang in here. Bring that up that way. And here we go.
It doesn't need to be gotten. The individual, because it comes from a place of need, thinks that what's going to happen, the solution to its situation, is going to be something's going to be added to it. So what you're saying is, this must have added something to it, which isn't added there, and that's the reason it can talk from there. It's not like that. Something was lost. There was a loss of that need to know. There was a loss of the experience of separation.
In the story of me, if you take away good or bad, the bottom line seems to be fear of death.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Totally.
I mean, that's around.
Yeah.
Could you say a bit more about nothing is happening? Is it nothing is happening or nothing is happening, or does it make a difference?
No, you could do both, I guess.
Because when you say nothing is happening, it seems to me like nothing is something that is happening.
Oh, that's funny, because I often think that people think no thing or nothing is like this empty blackness, which it can sort of understand or conceptualize, like being buried alive or something. I guess in what it's that this doesn't move. It doesn't really move. It doesn't really happen. It doesn't leave any past to it. There's no past to it. It's just this, not this. This is something, seems like something you could get a hold of. This, the wall and the room and the da-da-da-da. But it's actually completely insubstantial. So it doesn't have any solidity to it to create anything, to be anything solid.
I think another way of explaining that was once explained by the Neo-Advaitin, the Birthday and Birthright of Paul Hederman, where he was referring to the atmosphere, the sky, and that the sky can be used as a metaphor of consciousness or the mind, the mental thought system of what's construed as a body-mind action figure, as though it's separate. But within the body-mind action figure, it's thought to be an entity there, and that entity is the self. Since self cannot get out of self, as he says, Paul says many times, this body-mind refers to the self as a conjured self. Because the reason why I add the word conjured is to be a bit more explicit about it. That's just a choice. Okay, if there are any choices to be made, the choice of expression has been to be more concise, more specific, more extraneous, purposely adding fancy words, but to consider more concise, deeper explanations, going into analyzing, being a hell of a lot more analytically adroit with it, with the message of Advaita Vedanta. Very thorough. The thoroughness. Not quite sure why, but it's always seemingly been this way, for the manner by which this body-mind is always expressed has been extremely thorough, in-depth, extremely analytical, very, very concise, and trying to make every effort to get the information across that covers the full gamut of a subject and just saturating that subject with information. Saturating that subject with such information that it splashes all over the damn place, and there's just there are uh, no discrepancies can creep in, or no vagueness, no doubts. It's undoubtedly the way that the subject is addressed or explained, especially when it comes to questioning, because this body mind action figure began as a very, very strong, staunch seeker. It just could not get enough information regarding metaphysics and ufology, cryptozoology, um, supernatural, anything supernatural, paranormal, about ghosts, about the Bermuda Triangle, about the alleged alien abductions of extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, that's what they're known as now, and still follow some of it. This body mind is kind of interested. It gets entertained by it. The Linda Moulton Howe, one of the strongest proponents, and has been out there. She started out as a news reporter for New York. There's another guy that's doing that as well. I can't remember his name. But anyway, that's kind of how the direction of this seeker of this particular body mind action figure was a very, very staunch seeker, and so it still can access all that information and still seemingly accessible to some type of database in the mind. Don't know where it's from, where it comes from. I mean, you can't pin it, you can't apprehend it. It could be recalled, recollected, but you know, mindfulness and thought forms and thought patterns, they cannot be held. And thought patterns, thought forms are just like clouds in the sky, in the atmosphere. So the sky is not affected by clouds or anything that's there go through it. The sky doesn't, sky is not marked by planes that go through it. And 4th of July displays, fireworks, all that smoke and all the, the what do they call them, contrails that are left behind. The jets are way up, thousands of feet up in the air, 30, 40, 50, 60,000 feet way up there. And the sky's not affected whatsoever. So the mind's kind of similar to that. The mind consciousness, the consciousness 2x4 from and about, the body mind action figure. That's all it is. It's an appearance of an action figure. But then if there is a conjured self there, it's recognizing and believes in that way of thinking of those beliefs. It entertains the ideas that come across the mind or come across the sky of the mind, of the body mind action figure. It begins to entertain ideas, and then the mental thought system tries to apprehend, as a parasite, tries to infiltrate the mind of a body mind action figure to get it to believe that it is separate, that it is terminally unique and a separate individual entity. And that entity, that essence of the entity, is that conjuring of entertaining thoughts, and then taking those thoughts and believing them to be original thoughts of one's own. So there is somebody with a birth name birthright that says, well, I know about this particular thought because this is my interpretation of it. And so they go off in that tangent to say, well, this is my opinion about it. And every body mind action figure seems to have its own opinion. Sometimes it's very close to another body mind action figure's opinion, but when it is, then they get together and they form these groups and organizations and clubs, and depending on what the subject matter is about and that kind of thing, and then it goes off that way. But it's neither here or there. The question is anybody ever entertaining an original thought? No. There's no such thing as originality of a thought. But it used to have terminal uniqueness, that it thought it had its own original thoughts and that nobody else No other body-mind action figure was entertaining the thoughts and interpreting those same thoughts as it was. So, the thoughts that I'm entertaining in my own mind and the thoughts that you're entertaining in your own mind are your own original thoughts and my own original thoughts. No, neither is true. Neither is so. Neither is exclusively that way. No. It only apparently appears to be that way, and then it's only believed. So you're going to believe in the thoughts that you hold in your own mind, and then you have opinions about those thoughts, and then this body-mind action figure, which I'm not going to say is self-regulated and is self-sustained, and it's a separate body-mind action figure self, and that there's a self-professing, self-regulating, self-maintained individual entity that's within this body-mind action. No, it can no longer cognize like that. It admits that it is just simply an appearance. It's an energy field. It's just manifestation. It's just an appearance. So it admits that. It admits it because it can no longer return back to that idea of being a separate individual person, entity. It doesn't understand individuality anymore because it realizes and recognizes that it made it up. It made up that story, 2 by 4 from and about itself. It can no longer return to separateness. It can no longer return to it because it recognizes that it never was that way. It never was in any particular way that it used to entertain. Insofar as believing that it had its own mind, its own body, its own mind, its own, 5 senses and all those things, those are just gates. It's just energy. It is an energy field, that's what it is. But it's flowing through, just as water goes through a hose. Yes. The water going through the hose and the motion of the water going through the hose is likened to the energy field that's going through the appearance of a body-mind action figure, the manifestation. Or, another way, there's so many different metaphors to use. Here's another one. You are the puppeteer, and the appearance of the body-mind action figure is the puppet. And that puppet only has so much time to appear, an indeterminate duration of time to appear and be workable and manipulative. And what's manipulating it? The puppeteer. And that's what you are. You're the puppeteer. Or the camera operator. And what's the camera that's viewing? The camera lens, the eyes facilitate sight of the body mind. You see the correlations? Yeah? Notice those correlations. They make sense, don't they? But they're not intended to make sense to where there's a body mind now that can claim that it's making sense of its own. Now it understands. Now it knows. So there's a body mind action figure now that's somebody that knows and understands. No, not like that. No. There's a recognition, yeah. But that which we're not, which is the body mind that's believing that it's looking through eyes of its own, no, not like that. No. The seeker is the sought. So, what is the seeking energy? The seeking energy is the energy field that's animating that body mind, action figure, the body mind action figure appearance. And so, the animating principle is the puppeteer manipulating the puppet, or so to speak. And the energy that's behind the manifestation of the human corporeal form is the puppeteer that's back there and it's manipulating the manifestation as it appears. But we're not that manifestation. What we are is the animating principle behind the animation. So in other words, we're behind all the thoughts before the thought is considered. See? So the thought that's entertained is an afterthought that apparently appears to happen. The thought that's entertained 2 by 4 from and about that which we're not, which is the body mind action figure. See, there's so many different ways of, explaining that, that observation of the manner by which energetic movements apparently appear to move. Yeah, there is no movement. There's the appearance of movement. And there's also the appearance of stillness, but it's neither. It's neither movement nor stillness. It's just energy. Energetic movements of energy. But they are upon innumerable frequencies and wavelengths and dimensions, and they're just innumerable. It's just unknowable how the countless is too great. It's immeasurable. So a body mind's going to give up trying to figure it out. It will eventually. Even the astrophysicist. But the astrophysicist is a hell of a lot more stubborn than the average body mind action figure. It's so stubborn that it wants to theorize now regarding the infinitude of classification. Astrophysicist Dr. Thomas Campbell. Anybody can look into that. And then notice. Just check it out. If you're curious. Just if you're curious. Don't take this body mind action figure's word for it. But if you are to look into it, you're going to find out. It's interesting. See, that is what was the trigger. Now, for not 2x4 from or about an action figure body mind that was conjuring, referring to the conjured self. Okay? That conjured self is no longer conjuring self-importance or self-awareness anymore, because it recognizes it's not that. So now that it recognizes that, and it revisits the trigger. Now the trigger was Anthony Peake, the British equivalent to Dr. Thomas Campbell, and their research and their literature and their books and their findings. Now, singled out though, the birth name and birthright of Anthony Peake here, the British equivalent to Dr. Thomas Campbell, ex-NASA physicist in America. My big toe. Okay? My big theory of everything. Just read a little bit of it. I mean, you could read excerpts on the Amazon Kindle website. Go in there and you can get that, you can rent it for a little while, and it's not much. And then kind of read the material on there, and if what happens to you will happen to this body mind action figure about the since I was a staunch seeker, and if you happen to be a staunch seeker, your body mind action figure you believe is your own and it's you and all that sort of thing, if you don't experience or notice and recognize that you're not that body mind action figure that's visibly observable mirrors casting a reflection in the mirror, the collapse, the drop, that the trigger was comparing the British Anthony Peake and his work regarding reality in a holographic universe and the idea of a larger conscious system, and similar to the idea of the Matrix movie. And so with that idea of the big theory of everything and the 3-part book series of Dr. Thomas Campbell, ex-NASA physicist, check it out. I mean, he has these fireside chats. He already has his groups, and they formed maybe a decade or so ago, back when he was with the Monroe Institute. Dr. Thomas Campbell was working at the Monroe Institute at the time and was working on consciousness research. So he claims to be a consciousness researcher, and he's been researching consciousness, and claims that a body-mind action figure is an avatar, and it's digital, and it's similar to like the game worlds, video games, like the World of Warcraft, and that there are historical databases that can be visited via, at will, out-of-body experiences, and using tonations and putting on a headset, and there's certain tones, binaural beats, and things like that. And then this research, according to what they're saying, is that each body mind but the reincarnation story coincides with this idea of several lives of an avatar, and that what we are units, we're little bits, units, avatars like in a computer, and then we get a little bit more clever, a little bit better at living life and whatever is encountered by that avatar in the little game like Sims, so like that, taking that idea. See, that's conjured. No, it really is. That's something that's conjured. That's made up. That's fictitious. But it's believed. And it's believed. And then Dr. Thomas Campbell has had people read his literature, and then now they believe in the same manner by which Dr. Thomas Campbell describes a finite universe. a finite universe with a larger consciousness system. And that the game of life is to reduce entropy, to be a worthy bit of information in a larger consciousness system like a computer program. Okay. Well, yeah, that makes for a great movie, just like The Matrix. That was, oh man, that was really some good work there. All three, of course, the original, but man, go ahead, Dr. Thomas Campbell, make that big theory of everything, turn it into a movie. You know, this body mind would actually watch that because you know what? Thanks to your work and what you're going to consider is your work, because of course he's going to trademark that and copyright it because he came up with that idea. It's his own idea. Of course, there was Stephen Hawking's, and he had his theory of everything as well before he passed away. And you know, there's there's documentation and his story, and then the work that he was doing with physics, astrophysics, and that kind of thing. But yeah, turn that big theory, my big toe, that's what it's called, my big toe, my big theory of everything. Turn that into a movie or a documentary. Turn it into a documentary. I'll definitely go back and revisit and watch that. But that was the trigger. This body mind action figure that we're not. None of these action figures, manifestations anyway. See, I could say that I am not this body mind action figure, but I'm not going to put it that way. I'm just going to simply say I have recognized and studied that which I am not, and I'm going to continue to do that and recognize and use that as an example. Use this body mind action figure as an example, and keep pointing to it and pointing to that and say, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not that. I'm that which animates this. Yes, the energetic movement within it. Yeah, this is just a puppet that you see, but the puppeteer is what we are. I'm the puppeteer of this puppet. That's just another way of putting it. Or like that Toyota, the automobile, utilitarian, as Paul says, utilitarian vehicle. Yeah, it steers, it turns left a little bit too much. Well, yeah, the body mind action figure can, depending on, you know, the environment that it put itself through and all the roads it went down and all the hills and dales and all that sort of thing, as a metaphor, so to speak. But the driver of this body mind action figure, or if it's going to be a Toyota, the driver of the Toyota, that's what we are. And when it passes away, when the car is no longer maneuverable and you can't keep it on the road anymore, and it turns into a junker and it's some scrap heap, some kind of, you know, junkyard, then that'll be likened to, you know, death. It's no longer useful as death. So, what happens to the driver that was driving that vehicle, that Toyota? It's going to walk out of it. It's going to walk out of it and just walk on. And it's going to apparently appear to do or be whatever. It was once the driver of it. So, the puppeteer that used to manipulate the puppet is no longer usable. Strings are snapped. You can't tie them back together anymore. There's no more strings left. It's all worn out. It won't work properly anymore. So that puppet dies, so to speak. And so the puppeteer lives on, though. It lives on, and perhaps it looks for another puppet to manipulate and animate. Or perhaps the driver that left that car that's no longer functional leaves and goes and finds itself another car to use. So, I mean, there's so many different ideas to entertain about that, but nobody knows. Nobody knows for sure what it's like. The near-death experiences, they get awfully close to describe what it must be like to pass away when that energy field somehow seems to exit and leave this manifestation of a human corporeal body mind. Somehow exits and leaves it. And all these accounts in NDE, is it NDRF? Or NDERF.org, near death, something like that. Let me just bring that up. I know I have that as a favorite because every now and then Go back in there and check them out. See, NDERF.org. Yeah, there they are. You know, if you're curious about, those ideas and want to entertain them, innumerable stories and documented cases on here. Yeah. Near-Death Experience Research Foundation, is it? Yeah. Near-Death Experience Research Foundation. Oh man, they really changed a lot. Of course, as most websites, they kind of, they update their information that's on there, appearances and that sort of thing. All things NDE, right here. Come explore NDE science, spirituality, community, inspiration, and hope. All around hope. Yeah, you hope you live on. That's the hope. See, but there is no hope offered. See, that's the thing. That's the part of the message of the non-duality message of Advaita Vedanta. Hope's not necessary. You don't have to hope to live on or exist or wonder if you're going to continue to be. You've always been. It just apparently appears to be a suspension just for now. It just seems to be temporary, that you only have so many years to live and appear as you do in this particular body-mind, but we don't know. We really don't know. And it's something that's not known. It might be some kind of experience, but it can't be a knowable experience. An experience where you can gather information and data and turn it into a knowledge base and say, okay, well, this is what it's like. It's like a historical database that's allegedly a historical database as though it's another dimension that can be visited. Likened to the idea of the Akashic Records. Yeah? The Akashic Records, I remember reading Bringers of the Dawn or some kind of books by Barbara Marciniak and Brad Steiger and all these new agey kind of authors of books back then in the 1990s. So there it is. There's the there it is right there. So there's a tab, Home, Languages, Share Your Near-Death Experiences. Look at that, all these languages. Personal, volunteer, language translations. Wow, they went all out, didn't they, on this one? French, Italian, Serbian, Arabic, Polish, Thai, Turkish, Spanish, Portuguese, Romanian, Chinese, Korean, Bahasa, Indonesia, Hindi, Macedonian, German, Dutch, Hungarian, Croatian, Ukrainian, Vietnamese, Chinese, simplified, Russian, Japanese, Finnish, Czechoslovakian, Czech, Bulgarian, and Lithuanian. All those different languages, same information. Now that's quite thorough right there. Look at that. Current NDEs, exceptional NDEs, site index with archive pages. NDE archives 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's a lot of information in there. Has various dates. How far back does it go? Goes back to 2001. Yeah. 2001. Information index site map. It's on the site map. That should show kind of an overview of the entire website. But anyway, see, the conjured self's concerned about that. It's concerned about its future. And it's concerned about, wow, look at all these archives here. Damn, that's a lot of information there. NDE archives English. NDE experiences, their own experiences. Calling in. Oh man. Jeez, look at all that content. Man, you could spend days and days and hours in there. Jeez. It's a lot of archive data in there. But anyway, as I was saying, that's part of the hope of the conjured self. It doesn't want to die, of course not. But it thinks it's going to die. See, that's it. It's in the thinking. There it is again. It's in the belief. It's in the belief that it's going to die one day. and it fears that, and it gets concerned and worried about it. So it looks up sites like that, websites for hope, near-death experiences. It wants to hear that there's a possibility, there's a strong possibility that's going to live on. But it cannot possibly know that. It's unknowable information. Nobody has ever claimed to have died all the way. Oh yeah, near death, yeah, that's nearly dead, but not all the way dead. All the way. Let's say for 2 or 3 years. Then you come back. Man, if that ever happens, I bet that person would really have quite a story to tell. Can you imagine? Being 3 years somewhere else, perhaps. And then, then there's cases, though, of body-mind action figures have been in comas for years, and then they come out of them. And perhaps in that website somewhere, there's some body-mind action figures that tried to explain that it felt like they were somewhere else, but how can that be? How can a body-mind be someplace else when it was still lying on a slab somewhere, on a gurney, or on a bed, on a hospital bed, on a coma, just on life support for a few years, and then it just came to. It became conscious again and awake from the coma. And then, man, yeah, sure, they had quite a story to tell. But the manner by which and how well can those accounts be conveyed? See, some people can tell a story quite well, and some other people are not very good storytellers, and they overlook a lot of key points and elements about the story. They don't know how to tell it right, and the accounts that we're seeing. So, I don't know, you get a hodgepodge, a mixture of all kinds of different accounts of things and interpretations. So, all kinds of things could be said about that. Sure they could.
In the beginning, is it energy, but isn't it energy also?
You like the word energy? Energy, yeah, energy's fine, yeah. All there is energy appearing is this.
Yeah, that's also, you could say like that, is that?
Yeah, I don't tend, for me it's no thing or emptiness, but it doesn't matter. All these words, all the concepts, no thing, somethinging, or energy, rooming, they're all actually trying to point to the paradoxical nature of this, or actually the inconceivable nature of the appearance.
What was the other one? Oh. The other one was everything, no thinging, and no thing, everythinging. Huh? No thing, everythinging, and everything, no thinging. Where in the hell do we get all of these crazy ideas from, huh? Conjuring.
They're not actually, the words are in some ways, in that sense, irrelevant. The point it being, you can't conceive of what this is. This is inconceivable.
To me, or also when
No, it's just empty happening. The individual wants to understand that. It's trying to bridge the experience of separation. What it can't get is what is this when it's not in it. All of its ideas of what it would be like have it in it. It can't imagine what this is without anyone in it. Because it's not imaginable.
I see me just as a part of the whole, or me, this body just as a part of the whole.
Yeah, but there aren't any parts.
No. Okay, it's just like...
There's only the whole. The individual, because it's solid and real and knows what's happening, I'm in here, everything else is an object. So the body's an object, and so it tries to bridge the gap by saying, connecting it on the outside, let's say, part of the whole.
Yeah.
But it's not separate to be connected.
No.
Whatever's happening, so like whatever thoughts, feelings, whatever's being seen, that's everything. Like boundless, borderless, edgeless, everything. Inconceivable everything. There's no parts to that.
just one thing just happening.
But it's not one thing.
It's not one thing, okay. I think you try to see it as, like I said, as a
Well,
scene
you're
or a
trying to
movie.
objectify.
Yeah.
What can't be objectified.
No.
It's the end of knowing. It's the end of knowing what and where this is. The me begins with knowing what and where this is. That's the beginning of the journey.
Simply because there is no fixed position of where this is. How can you have a fixed position of every awareness? No. It's not like that at all. No. There is no fixed position for this to be. Absolutely everything and no thing inseparable. Inseparably so and not so. Ad infinitum. It's just every awareness. Absolute spontaneous every awareness. In all spaces and all times. Always all ways. Both conceivable and inconceivable ways. Absolutely all ways. Always. Always. In all spaces and times.